So, be prepared. Is that a caterpillar? It's a caterpillar. Kind of reminiscent of the very hungry caterpillar, which is guess I, had on my mind while making the intro slides. Now, I feel like for clarification, overall, I did not make these slides in order, right? So, a fun game for you guys to play at home, right, might be, which slides do you think were made late at night, hours into delirium, and which ones do you think were made in the middle of the day when I'm wide awake? And that'll be a fun thing to see as we go along, because obviously I made it over the last week, and there were some very long days, and you may be able to potentially, in your own time, have your own fun game of thinking, I wonder if this was the slide that was made at midday or midnight. I wonder, I wonder. I was about to say, yeah, all of those were a little delayed weirdly, and I don't know why all my chat inputs are delayed. Do I have to like refresh my chat? Why are you all slightly behind? I don't know. Probably an OBS related thing, honestly. So I'm late. You're all good, Alan. You're all good. No stress. We're waiting for a few last people to come on in. We're giving them time for the big business survey, before we get going. Because as I said, I did say 4:30 my time, obviously, which is in 8 minutes. So give or take. We're still warming up. You have time to get snacks. I have time. Oh, Sin's back. Sin's back. Oh, in the cropped cam. If I can't get a coffee, you might want to run. You might want to run. But honestly, it's acceptable if you were late, so it's okay. That's all good. BRB, go get that coffee. You're gonna need it. Now, do we do the fun game of how many slides do you think is in the PowerPoint today, chat? You would like to guess? How many slides are in the PowerPoint? Now, one of the things you have to keep in mind is every time, we've done this, the PowerPoints have gotten longer, historically speaking. That's something to keep in mind. How many did Q1 have? I think Q1 was about 160 from memory. Yeah. So if that gives you any indication, and I will say this one was a hell of a lot more work. I needed a lot more time to make this, and I think I definitely in future will give myself much more time to complete it. No one has guessed it yet. How many submissions? I do have a stats page at the end, but we did have a new record. I think it's fine to tell you this. We do have a new record of 64 people filled out the survey, which is great. New record. I think the last record was 45, so that is huge for us. Great, huge, wonderful. Did you manipulate the stats at the end though? Not in the way that I think you think. Not in the way you might think. But yeah, that's great. Huge growth for us and the people participating in the survey. So shout out to you guys. You gave me a hell of a lot more work to do, but that's good. We love doing work here in the big business stream. It's great. It's wonderful. Don't forget to pick up more milk. Add that to the agenda. Damn. Look, that's... Can't believe it, honestly. Can't believe it. Truly a struggle. Return on investment this last quarter was high. When it comes to, participants in the study, yes, very good. But yes, as I said, you can participate as we go. You know what? The first few slides are intro slides, so I think it'll be fine for us to go through these. Also, I'm pausing my music. I've decided. We're officially starting. I've got no music. I'm gonna yap at you. I think that's acceptable at this point. Actually, oh wait, no, the sound of my own voice and the echoey distance is bad. I'm gonna put it down to like 3%. Can't even hear it? Good. It's just very quiet. I need something, but I don't really want to have to be like, oh no, there was so much music in the VOD. It was annoying. You know what I mean? Just for me, as a treat. All right, I have not turned off alerts. Alerts should all be great. You can wait 5 minutes for stragglers. You want us to wait? You don't want the intro slides? You don't want the explanations? You want the 5? Okay, we can wait. Do we have to do introductions at the start of this meeting? Look, I wouldn't say you have to, but you're more than welcome to introduce yourself in chat if you guys want to, you know, say your role in the community, what you think your perceived role in the community is, and, you know, who you are. That's great. Are they going to be trust falls? We do not have the budget for occupational health and safety, so no. But I will take that on board. You know, I'm Solo and I'm an alcoholic. Oh, sorry, that's next door. That one's yeah, that's next door. Very sorry about that one. How you doing, Pastel? Activity marks the anniversary of when I first got into the stream. Welcome, welcome. I hope you have enjoyed your stay. You know, great. Again, it is BYO, Alan. It is BYO, and you need to get on that quick smart. Need some slightly ominous synth for background music. I can put on, if we really wanted, maybe I should get the corporate playlist out from Epidemic for when we have to have the, you know, food breaks, intermission, etc. Right? Let me see while we wait for people. If we can find, I need to find, the corporate playlist was so funny. Yeah, here we go, corporate. There we go. So do we want healthcare, real estate, economics and finance? Surely. Surely we want economics and finance. So what's this like? Oh yeah. This is surely given big business, you know? You know? Doesn't this just make you think about money and stocks and graphs and everything else? I'm in a mandatory training session now. Welcome to big business. Now, if this is your first day on the job, make sure to type your name in chat and what you think your role in chat is. Introduce yourselves to everyone else in chat. Make some friends, or don't. You know, tape our music intro, of course, you know. Steve, you can't all be Steve, guys, all right? You can't all be Steve. This makes me feel like we're going to be acquired. I've got reports from HR that please do not mention any rumors of acquisition. Steve, and I greet people without identifying myself. I'm a lurker. I don't get paid enough. Local nuisance? I feel like a lot of you guys fit in the niche of nuisance. You know, but there's a really important growing part of our community. So, you know, we all got to start somewhere, all right? High pressure world, but we aim to prepare you. Or anything, the mic, your way. Pastel, the hair, nice. Alan, work in engineering sales, excellent. Steve, chaos grammar. Again, the quota for Steve is pretty full, okay? Great him, just kind of sharp, trying to look like I'm doing things. I'm not getting paid, but no one knows how to pronounce my name, so I've left to my own devices. That's fair. Next step, getting on the payroll. I work in payroll. I make sure everyone gets their payday on time. Hey, so you two in the corner there, you guys might want to become friends. Just putting it out there. You know, I'm sensing an anti-Steve vibe. HR is called again to say we gotta stop. We gotta stop with the Steve talk, okay? He's getting stressed. All right. I was in this raid. I wasn't tabbed out, and it didn't. Nope, propaganda. Field test reviews, welcome in. Steve has it coming. Listen, okay? It just can't keep going this way. Hi, I'm Jay. The only reason I found this channel is because I always stay up until 7 a.m. Wonderful. HR says we can hear you and we aren't enjoying it, but that's okay. Do I have to do things if I get paid? Because I don't want to. You know what? That's a fair point. Continue coasting, I feel, you know? I clip things in context, out of context, and for the record. Nice. There's anti-Steve propaganda going on. I'm so sorry. All right. You know, now we've got to start feeling sorry for Steve. We're going to have to start putting together like a thank you, we're sorry kind of gift. So if you guys could leave a gold coin on your way out today, so we can put a we're so sorry Steve gift. So we can order that. That would be great. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you can just leave it on the way out. Is totally fine. Gold coin donation, silver coin donation, funny plastic note. That's all good. We accept all of them here. Now it is officially beep 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 beep. It's 4:30, guys, or whatever time zone it is for you. It's 4:30. Ding 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 ding. We gotta get going. All right. Do you guys really want the corporate? You know what? I'll leave the corporate one on. I'm just turning it down because it's funny. Taking sick leave today. That's okay. Remote work from home. Totally acceptable. Totally acceptable arrangement. Now, so as you guys can see, this is the Q2 survey. This is the second quarterly survey of the year. We have had some other wonderful PowerPoint presentations during the year, but this is the second quarterly survey, and hence the results. So this is also known as the Q2 late, final, delayed, extra late PowerPoint. You know, my alerts are lagging.
Exactly do gold coin, so scare coin will do so. Okay.
Thank you. I don't know why my alerts are so laggy. This is what I get for turning them off the other day. But thank you. I'm going to refresh the alerts yet again. Thank you. I'm sorry they're laggy. I'm ready. Excellent. Excellent. My answer to these questions is yes. So, if you are new here, also, thank you for the, you know, the contribution to the Sorry Steve Fund. What is this PowerPoint? It's a PowerPoint, but it's also a survey. How does that work? I'm confused. Which I do feel is, you know, most of the new chatters we have here at the moment who may be unfamiliar with this thing called a PowerPoint. I understand. Might be a bit of a foreign concept for most of us, but it's okay. So the way it works is you guys have been asked questions. I've taken those questions. There's answers, questions, answers. Questions, answers. Yeah? Thanks. I'll take that as a yes. You understand what I'm saying. So, there were questions. We've answered the questions. Yeah? We're on board. Yeah? Cool? We getting it? Right? So, if you need a bit more clarification, I understand. We're new here. It's okay. All right, so we've got 4 slides. So, if you don't know even what the survey is, I basically write a bunch of silly questions into my notes app over the quarter. Yeah? At the end of the quarter, I take those notes, you know. Yeah, we are recording this, Dashi, we are recording this for training purposes. So, yeah. That's how, you know how they keep calling me? That's, yeah. So I put these funny questions into my notes app over the time. Can you circle back with the KPIs for the questions? No, so far, just explaining the survey. You know, the bits you guys have to do have been prepared in advance. We do have the gold coin donation for Steve to say sorry. But yes, so far, we're good. There are no silly questions. I'm not sure about that. We just iterate, got it? Yeah, it's all good. Wait, of all things, I only have a red tie, chat. I need you guys to know. I only have one tie. So, do I need to get, like, on a side note, do I need to get a new tie? I only have this from the Hitman cosplay. I don't own any other ties. You know what I mean? Do I need to get a new tie? No? Okay, cool. I might look for one though. Alright, I might look. Don't give me a tie. You should get a pretty patterned one. I'm considering it. I really am. Thank you for gifting us up to Pix. Pix, welcome in. Red looks expensive. I'll keep an eye out for one. Alright, back to business, alright? So, over a period of time, you guys were given time. Pastel, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you. I'll add that to the pile. Don't you worry.
So love.
Thank you. Make a new tie. Sounds like a lot of effort though, Stel. And you know what I put all my effort into? This PowerPoint. This damn PowerPoint is what I put my effort into this entire week. And I realized I didn't get to answer the question that you guys asked earlier, which is, you know, How long is tonight's PowerPoint? There were some fairly close guesses, but no one got it correctly. And if we remember, the last quarterly survey was about 170, 160 slides. We've really upped the ante this quarter, and in this particular PowerPoint, there are 200. This is the worst kind of ASMR.
Ordered some Korean fried chicken from my favorite place. Got 2 different flavors. Snowy cheese and galbi. Comes with rice, gravy and a drink. Can't wait.
If you could bring the food to the communal break room so we could have some, that would be ideal. Thank you, Fawzi. Thank you. Need kick-ons after the presentation. Totally understandable, but I will need you guys to at least lock in just for a little bit, yeah? So we can get going. I believe in the squad. So, today's presentation has 244 slides. I think via the feedback process, the next survey will be slightly shorter in questions. I'm thinking. Yep. Do we get time in lieu if the meeting goes over? No. Nope, you're stuck here with me. I'm stuck here with you. It's a community effort, all right? It's a community effort. Pixel, as I was saying earlier, I've definitely put more effort into this PowerPoint than I think I did in any of my uni presentations. All right, can we get more deranged questions next time? I will consider it. Although a lot of the feedback I got last time was the questions were too deranged. So I really need you guys to come to a community consensus on how you're feeling, right? And so I have this very helpful slide for any of you who are new here and go, oh, I forgot to answer the survey. It's okay. All right, when we get there, you just tell us what you would have picked, right? That's all you gotta do. You let us know in chat what you would have picked. You can still participate, and it'll be great. So you say the questions this quarter were not nearly deranged enough. However, I have read all your answers. And I think after a week straight of reading you guys' responses to my questions, I do think there is justifiably enough deranged things. I think when you guys are given a box, you find a way around it. So I don't think it's too much of an issue. This is the homework assignment. You can just ad-lib. Am I ad-libbing or are you ad-libbing? Because I definitely have to make the PowerPoint, but you guys, truly, you can just show up. It's great. Love this for you. You became the box. Excellent. All right, so if we're all ready, are we all ready? Ready to go? Could I get a communal 1 in chat? If we are ready to start the PowerPoint. Yeah? Seeing a few mixed reactions, but I do think the overall is a 1. So, starting with the first question from the survey, which is, do you consider yourself more of a morning person or more of a night person? Now, we did start nice and easy, and I did think this would be a particularly easy question for you guys to answer. You know, I didn't think it would be too difficult. And I do think we do have a bias in the community, right? Of you know, day and night people. But I do think it's not doing so bad. Not doing so bad. Now, who do we think we have more morning or more night? Chat? More morning or more night? I answered morning, but I don't have a choice. It's what's in your soul. Like if you didn't have to, like, you know, have a certain shift time, right? It's what I responded to the survey earnestly and have missed an opportunity to be silly. I'm such a morning person. That's okay. We have time to reflect and to work on this. It's all good. You might have to be a little bit more specific with what you're writing in, Alan. But towards the end, yes, we can take chat last minute contributions. So the ratios were 88.8% to 11.2% non-edible, which I do think is not ideal, but better than I was anticipating. You know? Not ideal, but better than I was anticipating. I was expecting, you know, more non-edible things overall. So congratulations, you've, you know, definitely above expectations. I'm very proud of you. Thank you for contributing mostly edible things to the stew. Thank you. It's very good, you know? Non-edible need to be a carrot. Are you really surprised though, Panda? Are we really surprised? Really? Like deep inside your heart? Are we really surprised? So the next question is obviously, so what's in the stew? You know, thought it'd be 9 to 91. You thought it'd be completely inedible? At least some of chat are invested in the stew, you know, being something they could consume, clearly. Some of you. Not all of you, but some of you. So, I put these in about batches of 10, because as you guys know, there are quite a lot of things go in the stew. Quite a lot of things. It's a long list. A long list. So, to start us off, and these are all in order. Don't worry, they're all in order. Right? Of them being added to the stew. So, first of all, we have Ribs of the Innocent, which I had to think about. And I was like, you know what? A sheep hasn't done anything wrong. So I'm sure you just meant like a rack of lamb or something. Yep, they're innocent. They haven't done anything wrong. They're often used as a sacrifice. Totally logical. Starting with some meat, off to a good start, yeah? Second, mac and cheese. Bit of texture. Maybe a little bit of liquid, but not a lot of liquid. Overall, like, you know, it's got a little bit. It's the most liquid we've got. We then have a DVD box set of the Netflix series, The Crown. Yep, thank you for that. That's our first dose of a little bit of microplastics, chat. I love that. Good times. Excellent. We then had some mushrooms. No, wait, sorry, paprika. Wonderful, love some paprika. We then had some mushrooms. I just Googled what mushrooms go well in a stew, and then I've used those to represent mushrooms. I hope that's okay with everybody. I'm not a mushroom expert, but those were the first mushrooms that came up when I Googled them. We then also had some Japanese golden curry roux. Love that. Love that. We have some garlic. Delicious. The garlic was also said because it probably needs more, but also a side note of get fucked, Birch. If you guys didn't know, Birch, a dear member of our community who cannot eat garlic. So thank you for that one. We then had some coffee, which has liquid, so that's a pro. Some applesauce, kind of a liquidy consistency, so like, oof. You know, that's okay. And then we had some more garlic. Funny that. So we've got some, you know, we've got some garlic. We got a little bit of liquid. We got some cardboard, some plastic, some curry mix. The applesauce does go well. Not sure, like with the curry, not sure about the coffee or the mac and cheese. But you know what? Maybe this goes in the pot first. So it'll cook, you know, cook down. It'll break down a bit, maybe. No, so the inedible edible factor was purely on the based on the ingredients, not based on the people having to consume the food. If you have food intolerances, I am, as you guys can see, listing the ingredients for you. So if you can't eat any of these, then probably don't try the stew. So next we have dirt. Yep. Thanks, guys. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, maybe it's to, like, you know, really improve chat's gut microbiome. Like, we're trying to get some, you know, something. No, actually, coffee. No, the entry was listed as dirt. Capital D-I-R-T, dirt. Non-specific dirt. Yep. Can't do much about that one. We then had some kiwi fruit. Kiwis, yummy. I'm having to assume with the skin on. Maybe we chop them up, but I'm assuming with the skin on because we really need all we can get, right? We then have some onions. Again, you guys didn't specify what kind of onions, so I put red onions. You know, no complaints there, hopefully. We then had parmesan rind. Delicious, yummy. Unsure how well it'll cook into the soup, but it'll definitely add salt and cheese. So like, I feel like, you know, that you can't go wrong with that. Maybe it would have been better with, actually, full cheese would probably not be great. Red onion's not for cooking. No, very specifically, the parmesan rind. Not a chunk of cheese, it's the rind. Rish can't eat the stew now. Oh, poor Rish. Red onions are for salad, brown onions for soup. Well, you guys didn't specify, so I put red onions in the soup. That's okay. We then also have some pancakes. You know, which I'm sure will kind of just become like a sponge, absorb the soup and break up. So I think that's actually fine. We then had some water. The first edition of someone putting water with the caption of everyone else adding things would cause the stew to dry out and no one ever adds liquid. Fair. We then also had some starfruit wine, which I'm hoping is not toxic and is also more liquid. So looking great. 2 bits of liquid at once. Finally, the pot's getting fuller and becoming more like stew. We then had some suet dumplings, which I did have to look up, and they do have meat in them. So again, very nice, very nice. We then had some carrots, and I can confirm that the last set of set 2 is some bubblegum toothpaste. Now, I am assuming the toothpaste is like in the, you know, for the sake of chat, a fully formed thing of toothpaste, like the whole tube's going in. I'm not squeezing it out, it's the whole tube. The whole tube got chucked in, all right? Lid, you know, everything else. I'm not squeezing it out, it's the whole tube. So there's another addition to your daily dose of microplastics. You know, like a bay leaf you take out later, sure. 1 bubblegum toothpaste is probably gonna corrupt the whole pot. But if it's closed still, it'll take a while to, you know, get done in. Heard back from Steve. Seems the 2-3 day window include a lot of overtime. Can I get back to you with a firmer time frame? Sure. It's like a bay leaf. We can fish it out at the end, of course. Of course, you know. 100%. So, set number 3. We've got, you know, chat's favorite thing. We've got more mushrooms. This time we also have smoked paprika, which is great. Surely something in there is going to erode the tube. We'll find out. You know, we'll find out. Yeah, so we've got the smoked paprika. We've got chili. We also have MSG. It's great. We have sugar, spice, and all things evil. So I'm just assuming that's sugar, more paprika, and more mushrooms. Just judging, you know, by how that seems to be going. That seems to be what's meant to be going on here. We have some more carrots. We have some olives, quite salty, but you know, it's all right. We got some butter, which is great. Very specifically, a wonky carrot and a potato, singular. I'm assuming could really probably do with some more potatoes and also more liquid, but just one singular potato. It does not say. It is just butter, described as just butter. Apart from a few things we need to fish out, it doesn't sound terrible. Have we already forgotten about the DVD box set and the dirt? And the toothpaste? Because, you know what? That's fine. It's all good. So, in the 4th set, we have turmeric. We have some cinnamon. We have some macroplastics, which I just assumed would be like Lego, like just chucking a bunch of Lego in. There is also beef steak, chopped specifically, so finally some more meat. There's also blinding powder, which I had to look up, and apparently it's either dirt or gunpowder. So, but maybe it's fine if it's in the stew and not in your eyes. So maybe fine, you know, maybe it'll be all right. I don't know. We also have more mushrooms. We've got smoked habaneros. We've got some actual broth, just plain old broth. Excellent, great for the stew. You know, wonderful. Finally, more. Every time we get liquid, I'm like, yes, excellent. You know, we've also got some more butter. Can't go wrong with butter. Wonderful. Like, again, not complaining. We also have lobster tails, in which I'm just assuming, do we just put the lobster tail, like the tail bit, go like the crunchy with the shell? Yeah? I mean, like, you put bones in a broth, but I don't know, in the stew, I guess you can just kind of scoop around it, maybe? It's already crunchy. There isn't, I mean, we can fish the lobster out. Are you sure? Are you volunteering to monitor the stew, Owly? They didn't specify without the shell. It does just say lobster tail, so I have assumed it is with the entire tail. The shell is for scooping. Ah, see, nope, that makes a lot of sense. I'm out. Shellfish allergy. Damn, gotta tap out there. That's fair. The shell isn't worse than the Legos. Valid? Valid. The Lego is gonna get you. With ladle in hand, I stand ready. I'm so glad we could appoint Owly as our perpetual stew monitor. Yep, we got a bunch of cinnamon. I'm out. Damn, ducks. I'm so sorry to hear it. Would have been delicious. I call this the kind of green herb edition of the stew, where we have some coriander, which is going to take another whole lot of section. Like, it's going to take a whole lot of chat out. We got some coriander. And again, these were in order, which is quite amusing. These are in order of people adding them. So in a row, we had coriander, mint, nettles, and then pine nuts. I personally really don't like pine nuts, but I feel like they would cook into nothing in this. You know what I mean? I wonder who did that. Yeah. You know, and like the coriander, the mint, the nettles, the pine nuts, you got more chili. It just says coriander, so I'm assuming it is coriander, the plant, not coriander seeds. You know, coriander's the leaf, otherwise it's the seeds, right? I'm ironically glad to see people are thinking of water. Not often, but sometimes. We then also had eggplant, mushrooms, more water. Yep, great. We had some salt, and then specifically hot chili. I don't know what kind before they specified, but I'm doing my best here, you know? Next, we had some vegetable stock. So no more meat, but more liquid. Excellent, great, wonderful. Jalapenos, potatoes plural, so way more potatoes. Excellent. No matter what weird stuff everyone else puts in, we can never use less potatoes. I agree. Mayor Lewis's purple shorts for the Stardew enjoyers. The next one was, you know, slightly concerning. So we have chili powder, but then after that we have tasty, I don't know how to say it, diatomaceous dirt, which is like some kind of gravel that's kind of like what's in a cat box or in an aquarium. I wasn't 100% sure, but they do make some that is edible, that is food grade. So I'm assuming it's the food grade version. Because that is something that exists. So, diatomaceous, I don't know. I don't know how to say it. All I know is I was like, oh, I had a fun time Googling it. We then had some kaffir lime leaves. Wonderful. Another one you kind of, you know, take out later. More garlic. And then the next one was more garlic. Garlic never hurts. Yep, thank you. The two garlicers in a row were really on the same brain cell. We then had more MSG. Wonderful. Cardamom. And I realized that I thought cardamom was star anise. Like visually, they're not the same. But that's okay. I now know visually the difference. Great. I like cardamom. Thoughts on cardamom, chat? Also, yeah, I guess if it removes some of the toxins, that's probably quite good for the soup. You know? Why would you think that? I just associated it incorrectly in my brain. I was like, oh. Star anise looks like a star. Yeah, I forgot about it. We then had the muddy tinned tomatoes. Thank you. Some tomatoes are great. That's actually, I think, the only actual tomatoes, right? I think everything else has just been like chili. Like all of the red in the soup has been chili or paprika. So they're staying in the can. You have a really good point there. Maybe the tomatoes will be in the soup eventually. Maybe, oh, it's hot though. If it's hot, the lid would eventually break open, right? Maybe? I didn't think about it. Tomatoes would make this yum. I forgot about the fact that they are gonna be in the can though. I only have a ladle, not a can opener. We'll figure it out. It'll eventually melt and be let out. Maybe. If it's slowly boiling, it'll stay closed. I mean, does this fire look like it has like temperature settings? You know? If it's a ring pull? The toothpaste will corrode it. We'll have to believe in the teamwork of the ingredients. Also, good morning, Kobe. Welcome to the meeting. I hope you can find a seat. Yep. Erode or explode from botulism. Can tomatoes get botulism? I know garlic can. And then also, yes, the last one was an almost unacceptable amount of garlic. Not my food. Oh, I forgot about this. And then also a non-food item of an overwhelming sense of dread. So that's a lovely curse to put upon the soup right at the end as the last entry. Was just an overwhelming sense of dread. So but also some garlic. So thank God we got some more garlic, guys. I almost think we almost maybe wouldn't have survived if there wasn't so much garlic in it. Now I have something really sad to tell you. One person did not contribute to the soup. One person looked at the soup and went, actually, I don't want to participate in this, actually. So that was unfortunate to hear that someone decided to not contribute to the soup. You could have put anything, but that's unfortunate. But we'll assume that the dread was from them. You know, we need to be naming and shaming these people. No. It's okay, you know? Maybe they've just never cooked before. Why is there a rat? Why not? The rat is the representation of how we feel about the fact that someone didn't contribute to the soup. You know? It's fine, but they can't have any. I'm not sure if they want any. He's the chef. Yeah, there you go. So I'm sure you guys aren't surprised, but we do have some stew stats for you. So first off, the most added was garlic and mushrooms. You know, not really that surprising, I feel. What would you put in, streamer? Probably just water or like oil as the person starting the soup. Glad I added the curry root. I don't know if it's gonna be winning in terms of taking over for things. Why did the rat have people fingers? It's from a medieval drawing, like ye old art thing. So maybe they just thought animals looked odd. I don't know. He's just a little guy. Also, they do have little tiny fingers. The next after garlic and mushrooms, actually quite surprisingly, was you guys added a lot of chili and paprika. Like, this is mostly chili and paprika of many types, but it's a lot, you know? We're truly loving the existence of capsicum. Big fan. Spicy soup to help negate the, you know, the microplastics. But, you know, I did introduce something new during this PowerPoint, which occasionally during this PowerPoint, we have some achievements that you guys have unlocked. Because I thought this would be a really good, like, team building, morale raising exercise. So congratulations to Sukai being for the first person to technically poison the stew. Yay! Congratulations! Woo! Thank you for being the first person to poison the stew. Love that. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. This is how you win the survey. Yep. Round of applause for Sukai. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The melting point of Lego is 100. Chat. Very sorry about that short intermission. But we're now on to the next question, which is, do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast? Now, I figured a few of you would get really specific. Breakfast being obviously whenever your first meal of the day is. If your first meal of the day is lunch, then it's, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't, you know, matter. These are really cute. I didn't draw these. Oh yeah, I feel like I should shout out, PowerPoint wise, if you're curious, no AI, believe it or not, very, you know, anti-AI generated art. I used resources, like free library resources. I used like Getty Museum open access stuff, all of that kind of things to make stuff. I took my own photos. I used things like Canva that had the pre-supplied graphics, stuff like that. You know, but that's where I get my art from, if you're curious as we go along. So, yeah. Appreciate the coordination of everything being a similar art style. On this slide, yeah. I think you will also see, as we go along, that it becomes more and more evident that the art is made by me, I think. As we go through, I think it will become significantly more evident, you know, that, you know, this is how it works. Kobe's got a knife, Nandro, watch out. Solidly, watch out, you know, she's ready to go. It's morning, she's got the energy and the time is due. So, do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast? Before, after? Great question. You know, I personally, with the way I coordinate my life is usually after. For me personally, the streamer, you know, I wake up, I have my coffee, I have my, you know, my breakfast sometimes, and then I brush my teeth. I'm so ashamed. Just talk more and it'll move off the screen. Don't even worry, you know? Again, yeah, I think I saw while I was, you know, babysitting the dog that some of you, if you're leaving the house to get breakfast, will brush your teeth and then go, you know? Basic question, what do you define as breakfast? Your first meal of the day. That breakfast in this economy, I know, this is just a visual representation of what people think is breakfast in some places. You know, I guess. Is there an order that this dentist recommend? Wish I could remember what it was. Well, you know, it's a great day for you to be in this PowerPoint, you know? Isn't it a great day for you to be in this chat? And for this question, I was just curious. Because, like, again, the arguments I've heard are, if you don't brush your teeth before you have your breakfast, you're eating all the gunk on your teeth, right? Okay, sure. If you brush it after, you're then brushing it after your food, and that makes more sense. My argument would be, well, it's already in your mouth anyway. It's not like it's not in your mouth, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what about the middle of the day? But I realize it might give some people a little bit of a crisis. A little bit of a crisis of when do you brush your teeth? When is the most optimal time? What part of your routine is it? When does this fit into my life? I don't know. As long as you're all brushing your teeth, yeah. Eating all the gunk means that the breakfast also helps clean our teeth. I guess physical moment of eating, right? Brush your teeth before bed. Where's the gunk coming from? Well, I'm sorry to break it to you that during the night you do have bacteria and stuff in your mouth, just like living in there all the time, and that it still persists there. You know, despite potentially what you might be trying to get rid of, you know, everything like that. You can't get rid of all of it. It's always going to be there. That goes in the gut most of the time. Yes. Humans make gunk. We're pretty good at it. We're pretty good at it. You know? Neon.
Oi.
I like that it looks like you're the toothbrush. You're the toothbrush, Neon.
Sorry I'm late. TLDR what I miss. Scale of 1 to 10 how unhinged have we been?
That's a question for chat, I think. Thank you so much for your tier 3. Welcome back. Wonderful, great, you know, stakeholder of the stream. Clearly in a high position with the bigger number. Greatly appreciated to have your attendance. Please take a seat towards the back. You know, so far we've had day or night people and we've had the stew. So we're only on question 3, actually. You know, so we're doing pretty good. Current question is, do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast? And I want to know where chat sits. And chat sits on, they eat breakfast first, and then brush their teeth. Believe it or not. It's very interesting. Very interesting. You got a few people who brush it before, but most people brush their teeth after. It does suck for the toothbrush getting sucked into the black hole though. I do think that's quite unfortunate. But But everyone does seem to be brushing their teeth after. So, toothbrushes, the morning people? Ooh, that's a good question, actually. Hold on. Hold on. If we scroll back up, just to revise. There is an interesting correlation between the amount of people, roughly, who are morning people, and potentially the amount of people who brush their teeth before breakfast. However, we do know that correlation is not causation. Okay? Which one was morning? Less. We have less morning people. You know? Pass on the mint flavored breakfast. So is your argument for not brushing your teeth first because you don't want it to taste like mint? That's fair. I'm a morning person and a before brusher. Do you also brush your teeth afterwards, Del? Before, because stinky morning breath, and I don't eat breakfast till after I'm at work. See, that's valid. Because you have to leave the house, and I'm accepting that. Do you still count as a night person if you like the night but can easily swap? It's your preference, unless you are self-identifying as the singular illegal fence sitter that I did not name. You gotta pick one! Don't sit on the fence! Pick one! Go with your gut! Or your brain. Okay? Not the fence sitter. No. Okay. Alright. Night person, but brush teeth so I can leave the house. I think brushing teeth before leaving the house makes sense. But this was kind of the interpretation of, you have breakfast in front of you. Are you brushing your teeth before or after? You know? Was not necessarily counting for leaving the house. I understand it. You know? Neon ate your lunch? Neon? Just because it's in the fridge does not mean it was communal. However, I would advise not putting anything Biscoff in the fridge. It will not last very long. I would highly recommend not doing that. Multiple people in this chat room will demolish it. So, yeah, that's a different question. Yeah, so we're currently on the question of, do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast? In which most people brush their teeth after. You know? Oh, Daisy. What do you want from me? What does she want from me? I don't know. She just wants to bark. You know? Mint flavored coffee, enjoy. I have had a mint flavored coffee, but it did have to have so much sugar in it. And it was in America. Like a peppermint cold brew or something. But like, not in a like a Starbucks way, but in a like iced coffee way. It was interesting. Daisy wants some sushi. She can't have any. She's gone outside. She's had her walk. She's had her dinner. She got a little extra snack. I don't know what more she wants from me. I think she just wants to bark at the neighborhood. You know, so, you know, did I have a slice of orange? Which part, Miguel? Also, yes, we are doing a Sunday stream because I was late. My very, very delayed, late PowerPoint. But we're here. I've been locking in. As I said, I've been waking up and I've been working on the PowerPoint. Going to bed, working on the PowerPoint in the brain, you know? Shadows, thank you so much for the 30 months. Welcome back.
100% of people that confuse correlational with causation end up dying sip.
Alright. Alright. Oh, the mint cold brew. No, thankfully. That would have been even worse. I did optionally get the mint cold brew, but like it was fine. Oh, to continue on. I asked my dentist friend, me, the streamer, if she had any thoughts on this question. Because I was like, well, I have access to a dentist friend. One in many dentists. Next, thank you so much for the 65 months, the prime. Ooh, hype train. This is not medical advice. Okay? This is hearsay.
Sad.
Thank you for the resub. So I asked my dentist friend, did this first possible about the trade up? Thank you. Thank you for the hype train chat. I appreciate it. She's the 9 out of 10 dentists. I don't know, but she's great. But this is, you know, the equivalent of hearsay. I am, you know, a Twitch streamer. Do not take this as medical advice. So I asked my dentist friend if she had any thoughts. Because I was like, well, you know, you're a dentist. I'm asking this funny question. That's actually an iPad, so, you know. She said, absolute truth, doesn't matter. Great news for the chat room. You know, great news for the chat room. Absolute truth, doesn't matter. After food means you remove the food bits, etc. after, but within 20 minutes, you could increase the enamel wear from acids. So basically, the downside is, you know, if you brush your teeth straight after eating, that's not ideal. You want to wait, like, 20 minutes or so, you know? It's for the same reason, while if you're sick and you throw up, you don't want to immediately brush your teeth. You want to rinse your mouth, obviously, but you don't want to immediately brush your teeth because like all of the acidity from your stomach, acid, and stuff like that, you know? It's, no force, no. The order doesn't matter. Important caveat, which leads into my next slide. So thank you so much for the segue, which is bacteria-wise, it takes 24 hours for the biofilm to change. So as long as you're cleaning them at least once a day, that's great. Whatever means it's easier for you to clean them more consistently, the better. Brought to you by my non-named dentist friend. So, essentially, as long as you're brushing your teeth enough, you know, that's good. That's a bad time, Ara. You've got bigger problems. But yeah, so, you know, the best thing is to brush your teeth somewhat regularly and not just straight after you've, you know, had food. So, there you go. We only gotta brush once a day. More is better. More is better, but like at a minimum. But then also, there was another side caveat which I didn't include in the thing, which was essentially if you have other kinds of periodontal disease and teeth disease and stuff like that, it can become different. But in terms of when do I brush my teeth and breakfast, etc., that's the thing. That's not a great idea. So I can tell you that because it's got, you know, the alcohol stuff in it, and it will dry out your mouth quite a lot. That'll affect your saliva production and a whole bunch of things. So that's not ideal. But thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the corrected biddies. Typo. Uh-oh. Thank you for the biddies. You know. But yeah, you don't want to overuse something like mouthwash, you know? Oh no, poor Daya. Immediately rinse out your mouth because it washes out the fluoride. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ooh, keys. I'm so glad to have your attention, Solo. I'm so glad. I'm very glad. So I added a bonus question because clearly I did this question early on in the survey. And I thought we needed more slides and more questions, so thanks. Funny that. Thank you for the biddies. So my next question is, do you guys use a manual or an electric toothbrush? And I guess we'll do a poll. I'm just curious. Poll. Can I do a poll when there's a hype train? I think so, right? Which type of toothbrush? So we go manual. Isn't this a fun audience participation? Manual or electric. There we go. Bam. Off you go. Enjoy. Manual, because the electric one makes my mouth feel funny. Interesting. Like, do you have like really sensitive teeth? I use an electric toothbrush. For a while I switched back to a manual toothbrush when my old electric toothbrush died. And now I'm using the electric one again. I'm like, damn, that's better. That cleans my teeth better. What a surprise. I do have a problem where I chew on my toothbrush. So that's probably something I didn't need to share with chat. But like I get distracted and my toothbrushes get fucked up really quickly. Because if I'm not paying attention while I'm brushing my teeth, I will like chomp on it and then I end up dented. And so I have to regularly change like the top of my toothbrush because I'm distracted, I suppose. Fun fact, there you go. But like, do you guys not notice that when your like toothbrush gets all like crushed looking, it like I'll be brushing my teeth and then like obviously I'll like look at my phone and then I've just, you know, no, just me. That's fine. That's all right. What about if I use an electric toothbrush manually? Well, you're essentially using it manually, so I'd pick that. You know. And it's like me to brush it. I just get distracted. Nope. All right. Well, that's just me. Just don't take your phone into the bathroom. But my phone. Thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you. I will add the gold coins to the pile for Steve. Go on side quest for brushing my teeth for sure. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I walk around. You don't walk around when you brush your teeth sometimes? You have places to go? Nope. All right. You know what? That's fine. I can be an anomaly here. That's all good. I'll make you guys feel better. No, absolutely not. No. All right. Well, sometimes I'm doing things at the same time. Like if I'm getting ready to go out, I need to brush my teeth, but I need to do other things, I'll walk around. I will say that it is easier to do it with a normal toothbrush than an electric one. You know? Can I donate to my own apology fund? Sure. I'm a garlic girl. Oh, more garlic? Garlic girl. We're kind of a quota. But you listen. Thank you for the biddies. I mean, I'm not normally brushing my teeth so vigorously. Like I'm getting toothpaste stuff everywhere. So I think I'm fine. Like I don't normally make that much of a mess while brushing my teeth. Are you guys like full like, you know, like brushing your teeth, mouth open? You know, it's a lot, but I'm not doing that usually. But maybe that answers my own question of why I get distracted while brushing my teeth. The lizard didn't get in the street. That's true. Batteries and mine are so shit, it doesn't even warn you of low charge anymore. Uh-oh, time to get a new toothbrush. Just told not to brush like that. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. How are you supposed to see where to brush? You should just know. Proprioception, right? Walking around. Yeah, I was starting to put those 2 and 2 together, Kobe. I was like, it's the distraction. Maybe the lizard did get in the stew, we just didn't add it in. True. Good point. Good point. Maybe that adds for the, you know, the inconsistencies here. I don't know. Someone brushing your teeth for you, ducks? Books and everything. It's fine. Can't make a mess if you're chewing your toothbrush. It's fine. But only brush their teeth in the shower because the noise freaks them out. Oh, huh. Like the noise of the toothbrush? Or like the noise of their teeth? Like hearing their teeth? Well, then you probably don't have any teeth then, ducks. So you're out of the question. You know? Battery thinks it's so frustrating. The brush is fine. Everything's fine. So the battery, yeah. Like, I think that's fine, I suppose. You just gotta, you know, shower twice a day. Or at least once. You know? But I think, do you think we've had enough of chat's dental habits to go to the next question, which is gonna be so great. It's also kind of related, I suppose. You know, as a little side tangent to teeth and toothbrushing is water. Wow. Hey, people brushing their teeth in the shower? I just don't really feel either way about it, ducks. I have no concrete opinions, as long as you're not making a mess. Like, I have no concrete opinion on that. As long as the water out of your, I guess your shower is drinkable. Yeah? That's the only thing I could see being an issue. Cleaning up toothpaste from showers, that would. Oh, speaking of, my turn for water? Okay, fair enough. No more matcha, more hydration. Does the ice melting in my soda count? No. Well, actually, no. Yes, because this question is not actually, this is kind of a trick question. I do like this slide of the water though, but actually, the real survey question was, how much liquid do you think you drink in a day on average? Because I know a lot of you don't drink a lot of water, and so asking just for water gives me the incorrect stats. I'm asking for how much liquid you think you drink in a day, yeah? Liquid of all the things. So if it's your Monster Energy drink with extra B6, if it's your water, whatever else, it's liquid. It's super liquid. If it's very liquidy, if you would drink it instead of eat it, sure. Then I put the wrong answer. Where's the reading comprehension? There was definitely not enough liquid in the perpetual stew to add much. I could tell this one, you'd realize we get semantic on. I put liquid. How much liquid, right? 2 liters plus whatever moisture is in food. Yeah. All right, so we have a scale. I've made a scale for you. And the scale is dehydrated to go piss girl, you're full of water, all right? Or liquid. We assumed this was a test. Yeah, you should drink more water, but I put liquid because you guys said before that you guys don't drink that much water, you drink other things. So to get more accurate stats, I was like, okay, I'll ask for liquid this time. You know, I'll ask for liquid instead. Oh, you're 80%, 7% dehydrated or full of water. And I'm glad you came in. We're currently on slide 45 of 244. If you were curious on how our progress is going, chat. Which for time is actually probably okay. Do you drink or eat the soup? Depends on the texture of the soup. Liquid. It could be water, it could be other liquid. Other liquids including things like soup, or liquids in coffee, or in whatever else that you drink, right? The picture was water, there was no pictures. There were no pictures aside from at the end. The only picture you guys had, how much liquid do you think you drink in a day on average? For this scenario, unfortunately, yes. Blood would count, but that's beside the point. So, do you have any guesses on chat's average in liters, I must add, of how much you guys answered, of how much liquid you drink? I think I'm overstimulated a little looking at my drink bottle. Uh-oh. For context, this one of mine is 760, I think-ish, and I don't know how much this is. Not a clue how much I can fit in that. You guys asked me to be more specific and then didn't read it. So 760 mils. Sorry, 760 mils is this one? I think this one's 500? But I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, I'm gonna tip that onto something important. Let's not do that. No, that is not. It has to be external liquid, Stel. Is your own saliva perpetual stew? Depending on how in your own head you want to get, sure. Right? I mean, I love my Yeti water bottle because it makes a funny noise. No, Sin, no. I'm not counting it. You're just dehydrating someone else. That's out of the question. Stop it. All right? Stop it. How much leftover foods in your tea? Okay, so did we have any guesses on what the average amount chat said they had across about 64 answers about how much you guys are drinking a day in liquid, knowing that chat maybe lied? Humans is averages, right? Wait, Kobe, no! Stop it! Also, you're lucky Silly isn't here or you'd be quoted. Because that's an old timer that I am not reading out loud with words, okay? I'm not reading that out loud. Oh, you got it? Excellent. All right, so I think you guys had less faith than expected. Because the average was about 2.37 liters that you guys answered with across the group of you. Which means some of us are really hydrated to make up for, you know, the dehydrated people, you know? Now, I did have to, what did you guys call it before? Manipulate the statistics and remove one answer from this. But you'll understand why in a moment. I did have to manipulate the stats here. But I thought you guys would like to know that the ideal average is about 3, technically to 4 liters. Is a fuck ton of liquid, just saying. I don't think it is. I think if you think 2 liters is too much liquid, considering coffee, water, etc., right? Normal distribution, median if not. No, this was our average, okay? Minus one person. Minus one person. Streamer's trying to drown us. What I've seen from the little bit of research I did was, depending on, you know, obviously if you're a lot smaller person, probably less liquid, but about 3 liters, give or take a liter, right? You can poison yourself if you drink too much water, and especially in a very short period of time, right? But you're very unlikely to do that, okay? Never join a water drinking competition would be the first one. And also, you could be on either medication or some kind of drug induced like thing. You can feel like you need to drink a lot of water, and then you change your salt levels in your body and your brain swells. It's not ideal. However, 3 liters of water is not going to do that, you know? Whether you do not drink water at all, as long as you eat normally. I disagree, because none of them are going to, I don't think most people's diets have enough liquid in it for that, to be completely honest with you. But yes, this is, have I survived a 30+ day on 2 cups of coffee though? Wild. I drink a lot of liquid, to be honest. I like being hydrated. I drink a lot of liquid. It stops me from getting a headache. But we do need to do a shout out for our next achievement, guys. Next achievement, our statistical outlier. Let's have a round of applause for Sin. Let's go. Whose answer could not be included in the statistics because that number is too big. Too big, and I'm assuming this is my visual representation of Sin with all of his Monster Energy drinks. You could not be included in the statistics because that number was too big. So I, you know, for stats reasons, you needed to be, you know, to the side ever so slightly. Very sorry, too much liquid. Who had the lowest number? No one said 0 from memory. Hold on, let me pull up my fact sheet now. Hold on. Please hold. Did anyone put 0? Is my question. Most people said at least 1. I rounded up because people would be like 1 to 1.5, etc. So I would pick the higher number that you guys were picking. The lowest was at least 1. So on what you guys have answered, at least 1. How much did that number skew the average, considering most people answered 1 to 3 liters significantly? So, you know, We now have a solve for when the sea levels rise. Excellent. Excellent. Trying to bring the average up, of course. Yeah. Share some of your liquid? Yeah, you gotta, you know, share with people. Wait, so my 0.5 you round up to 1. Yes. You know? Actually, no. Sorry. I rounded up the people who gave 2 options. People who gave a range. Okay? No. You confused me for a second. If you gave me 1 to 2, I picked the bigger number. You know? Because some of you guys gave me, like, you know, X amount of numbers, and I was like, oh. So, during summer, I can go to 6 to 8 liters per day. I drink a lot of liquid. The thing is, it's not just water, because it's like, it's coffee, it's whatever you're having throughout the day, it's a cup of tea, it's your water bottle, stuff like that. Yeah? You'll say 1 to 3, I would have used 2, and that is why I'm making the PowerPoint, you know? People in hot old sauna Australia need to drink a bit more than people in a nice cool Scandinavia. I mean, I don't, yes and no, like during summer 100%. I think you should drink more water because you're sweating more. But I still think in general, the overall average is about aiming for around 3 liters to stay hydrated. You know, give or take individual circumstances is still, you know, pretty good. High humidity place? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm like, you guys are so dehydrated. It's pretty pronounced liters. 3? Your total liquid, like Daya, over the day, water, tea, coffee, matcha, I don't know, soft drink, liquid, not just water, liquid. 3 is a good number. You know, get yourself an emotional support water bottle, okay? You know, 3 liters is not a lot. You know? Because again, it's in your food, it's in everything else. Roughly 340 kilograms of caffeine in those monsters. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. The tears of your enemies. I don't, if we're not counting saliva, we're not counting tears. I'm very sorry. It's 2.5 for men and 2 for women. I still think 3's fine. Give or take a liter. You know? So 2 to 4. But if you're out and about in the sun, constantly sweating a lot, 2 liters was a goal. I think most people just don't drink enough water. In general, right? In general, most people don't drink enough water. And trying to encourage people to drink more actual water than anything else is quite a struggle. See what the latest research says on how much watch says. I would love if someone wants to go deep dive for actual statistics and if there's like newer stuff. See, the one I found was, what was it? Yeah, I think it said 2.5 to 3 and then 3 to 3.5 for men. So I just put it in the middle. But I don't know. I would like to clarify that I'm ill and that's why my insides are dry. Have you considered more liquid? You know, got distracted mid-sentence, went to Google. Waterboarding to stay hydrated. I don't think it's that hard to drink that much liquid though. But also I talk a lot for stream. And so I drink a lot more, especially on streaming days. So that is also a thing, I feel. You know what I mean? About on Monday mornings, I have a 473ml Red Bull, 2 750 waters, 4 600ml soft drinks on board. Yeah, there you go. It's hard to drink more liquid. You just need to get a little cup that you can go sip, 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 sip. Also, I guess, do you carry a water bottle with you wherever you go? I do. I love the little tiny one I get. I got the little A7 water bottle. It's like perfect because it's not too heavy. But if I'm going on a short outing, I still have a tiny bit of water. What happens after you drink a lot of liquid? You gotta pee. You get used to it. All right. You just gotta, you know, eventually you will not have to pee so often. You'll train your bladder, I believe. Sorry, it's my lunch. Yeah, you're all good, Alan. Sit down. Well, yeah, more tap water. Well, it depends if your tap water's any good. We use my emotional support 1 liter cup during summer. Well, as I said, this is 760, but this is also, you know, I have 2 drinks on my desk. I always carry a 500ml bottle with me. And I definitely refill this multiple times a day. My emotional support water bottle is here, you know. But enough because chat is degenerating into a slightly concerning direction. I did not carry a water bottle with me, but again, I'm in Sweden. Does your mouth not get dry? Turn us down. We are truly masters of carrying a water bottle everywhere, like never before. I love it. So, welcome to the first technically trick question of the PowerPoint survey. Woo! I thought this was really funny. Because I was like, what's chat gonna do? So the last question, I was like, I'm gonna be so specific, right? Last question, I was like, I'm gonna be so specific. I'm gonna tell them exactly what I want, and then you guys didn't listen. And then this question, I was like, I'm gonna fuck around. When do we fill in these surveys? So there was like 2 weeks before now, before Monday, where I was like, oh, like a week and a half, something like that, where I was like, hey guys, time to fill in the survey, join Discord. So I guess if you want to fill in the survey, Discord, the next one won't be until, it'll probably be sometime during October, and then it'll be in November, at the rate we're going. But yeah, if you want to do it, is the Discord question mark because you don't know what Discord is? Or because, yeah, there is link for Discord. I only put it in Discord rather than spamming it in chat so we don't get a bunch of random people and random bots, because it's for the community. When do we find out who won? Well, you get achievements. So Sin got an achievement. Tsukai got an achievement. I guess you're the winners, right? So far, depending on how you feel about it. Asking if it was asked through Discord. Oh, it's a form. The form goes into Discord, basically. You get like a link and I go, hey guys, it's in the Discord. And I try to let you guys know in advance, you know? But that's just easier so we avoid, you know, random people who we don't know, not in the community. Not part of the memes, just doing random shit to the survey. So, the question was, please put a word in this box. And so for the answer for this, how long do you think it took for me to have to Google an answer that someone put for this question? How many, how far in do you think I got before I had to Google something? Just out of curiosity. How long do you think it took? 64 answers or something, roughly, give or take, people not answering the question. Yeah. Like Google the word you didn't know. Yep. What was your favorite word? We'll get there. Da-na-na-na-na-na. The first one! Literally the first answer. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And then initially I gaslit myself because I was like, oh, maybe it's sorted. Maybe I just don't know how to spell sorted and that's how you spell it. Wrong. This is sordada, which is in reference to songs and poetry. It's not sorted. It's that according or something like that. That's what I wrote down as my, I took the thing from, you know, Google or whatever when I asked what the word. That's not how you say it. Well, that's how it was telling me to say it. How do you say it? You butchered that. I'm sorry. I looked it up and I've copied into my little funny text thing the thing. So how are you saying it? Is it in a different language? Because then that would make sense. Hold on.
Saudade.
Saudade. See? I still said it wrong. But that's how...
Saudade.
That's how it says it.
Saudade.
That's what I wrote down. He's wrong. Well, how was I meant to know? I don't know the word. That's wrong. That's what it was telling me, and that's what I wrote down, okay? Music thing, I don't know the music, okay? I'm sorry. I don't. That's what it's telling me.
Saudade.
And I thought it was sorted. I truly gaslit myself thinking it was sorted because I was like, oh, I just don't know the word. Clearly, I just don't know how to spell. I was like, damn, you know? My apologies. But yes, fun word. It's great. Feeling of longing and melancholy or nostalgia. That is a supposedly characteristic of Portuguese or Brazilian temperament is what, you know, I copied here. Word all the time, lost meaning. No, that's the other one. But anyway, so the first one had a good Google because I was like, what the hell does that mean? So the question, the funny, I had a feeling this would happen and this was my intent. So there were basically two mindsets going into this question. So people who say a word, because I asked for a word, and people who put a word, right? This was my aim. I was like, I want to see who's going for the I'm doing what you've told me to streamer, I'm reading it literally, and oh, a word. Yeah, okay. this was my plan, okay? This was the thought. So we had 6 people who said no, I'm not doing that. 3 people just put word, you know. Actually no, sorry. I've done it wrong, slightly. Ignore this one. This one is on the other side. Streamer PowerPoint incorrect. So we got 6 people who said no. We had 2 people who put the same word. 4 question mark non-English words. Now I know it's 5 because the other one is in Portuguese. 1 ridiculously long chemical name, which I don't know how you fit that in the form, to be completely honest with you. And then we had 18 people going a word, and 3 times says people going word, which was a time. What was the ridiculous? I'm not copying it. It's too big, but it was long. It was a long one. From, I'm pretty sure it was an Andrew. But yet again, we did have something very exciting here, which honestly, now I would have put more achievements in if I knew you guys read the last question wrong. However, congratulations to Snowdog. Putting hyphens does not make it 1 word. That's still 3 words. You've just put lines in there. That's 3 words. Hot air balloon. I would make hot air. No, that's 3. You failed the instructions. I'm so sorry. Because there were 2 options you could kind of go with. And that was just like, some people put 2 and a lot of people put 2, but no one else put 3. And I'm telling you, I'm very sorry. The hyphens don't count because hot air balloon does not work. That's not it. Well, he gets an achievement. It's an achievement of appreciation. You know, I thought it was very funny and I have awarded this behavior. So, but I reward my outliers, Habby. So, you know, dear God. But yeah, so unfortunate that, you know, task failed successfully. Sure, it's unlucky. But I did have some words that I thought were cool. Which again was the, you know, word I can't say properly. A lot of you guys put the German words, I think, and one of these means like slapping someone in the face. The other one I think is to do with a tank, or something. I don't remember what Citrus is. Hold on. What is that one? Oh. No, I want to know what it means. I don't know how to say it. Dictionary. Meaning. Here we go. Whispering or rustling. The susurration of the river. Huh. Yeah, cool word. Cool word. So I can't believe you got my word wrong. We'll put it in English. It's not my fault. Alright? I also looked up bog lily and it didn't come up as a word, but I was like, you know what? I'm assuming it's a lily of the bog. So, and then pantaloni is pants. Doesn't work in English, but that's fine. She said petrichor. Petrichor is a good word. This is a great word. That was mine. So I like these. These are great. I enjoyed looking at these. They were quite pleasant. So you know how at the start of stream I was like, hey guys, there's some, you know, some of these I made wide awake and some of these I made late at night. You know, that's what I thought you were going for. These are great. This intentionally was a trick question, you know? This intentionally was a trick question. And so I was happy with what went on. This was late at night. This one, yes. However, this one was in the middle of the day. Isn't that exciting? What is your strongest sense, chat? I love this slide. This is a great slide. You know, I think this slide has great vibes. This definitely has morning vibes. You know what I mean? We don't get to see the normal words. No. I'm sorry. I pick and selected for that one. Why is the tongue doing that? Because it's a sense of taste. You gotta see the tongue. I'm sorry. Do you want me to, hold on. Do you want me to go read some of the other words for you? I can go back and I can read some of the other words. Hold on. Okay, let me read them in a list for you. The sordard word that I can't say. Jalapeno, a word. Shit, no. Crabapple, mash, a word. Division, a word. Windmill, a word. Sonder, a word. Smiley face. Like, you know, dot, smiley face. No, a word. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Eucalyptus. No, brat. No, potato. A word. Supplicant. A word. The really long chemical name that I'm not saying. A word, but with quotation marks and a funny face. Word. North. A word. A word. Sorry, not sorry. Gubernatorial. A word. No. A word. Sonder. That's the double up. There you go. Word. The German word that I don't know how to say. Manifesto. Fun. Bog lily. The other German word I don't know how to say. Shenanigans. A word. Hot air balloon. Lucky. Gyoza. Waffles. Susurrus. Sarcophagus. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. There are 2 double ups. Maybe that is what I wrote. By the way, 2 double ups. Who's my double up Sonder buddy? I don't know. You have to find him. Egg. Hallucinogen. Word. A word I can't read whatsoever and didn't Google Translate. Lazy. Iridescent. Pantalone. And no. There you go. No yeses. Yeah. See? Look what I have to go off. So the next one. Where was my word? Was your word one of the German words or the words that I couldn't say? Where's Ara's word? I will track down your word for you, Ara. Hold on. I just have to find you in the list. There you go. Division. I said it. You just weren't listening. I read that one. Hold on. How far are we in? We're on slide 56 of 244. So that much in. All right, so what is your strongest sense? Chat? What do you feel? Your strongest sense? Which I was, you know, based on the slide, I was thinking, you know, eyesight, smelling things, tasting things, hearing things, you know, that kind of thing. That's kind of what I was aiming for. I didn't put a lot of, you know, differentiation of spoilers in this one. So, you know, my sense of dread. Pretty sure my answer was common. Proprioception. You know. Olfactory or spider sense. But what does the spider sense give you? Any spider sense or sixth sense? Well, I could show you the answers. But the next slide is also, we're really on the Fever Dream set with this set. Because I could see the slides we have on the sidebar and I'm going, ooh. So part of the fun is, for chat, is figuring out if I made these during the day or in the evening. And this was a daytime adventure. You know, like, you know, things are happening, aka ADHD. I don't think I got that one. I don't think I got that one. But here is your list. And I have a feeling, chat, you probably can't read these. So I will read them to you in the opposite order. We have, starting on this side, you know, lowest to highest, right? We had bewilderment, righteousness, proprioception, justice, indignation, decentering, fatigue, they're all cooked. Proprioception is on there twice. And so, okay, that's fine. Good job, me. The proprioception should be 2, but that's fine. Dread, common, hearing, humor / silly / some other thing to mean silly, taste, touch, smell, and sight. And I thought, for those of you who aren't in that last category, we'll just make it a little bit bigger, because clearly that's not most of ours strongest one. So he's a little bit bigger. So sight was the winner of what chat collectively thinks is their strongest sense. So congrats on having good eyesight. I love that for you. Hey nutties, welcome to the PowerPoint. Please take a seat at the back. We've got a gold coin donation for Steve, who is currently with HR because you know, bit of indignation that he's having a bad time. Having a bad time. But congratulations to the good eyesight havers. I love that for you. It's just not my strongest one. I agree, but I thought I would just help. I would just help. I did think a sense of bewilderment was pretty fun. And I did also think the sense of dread and the common sense was really, you know, a bit of fun way. I didn't really think about all the other things you guys would try to answer with this question. I thought we were going to stick to the 4 or 5. Read my answer. I have a strong sense of self-defenestrate. Maybe you were meant to be one of the ones that's doubled up as proprioception. That would make a lot more sense. I'm sure there'd be more sense fatigue would be higher post the BF6 beta. That's a good point. But common sense was quite high up. My mother thought her answer was hilarious. I love that. I don't remember which one hers was. To be fair, when I do these, I basically take the columns of answers, right? And I put them in. And I'm not necessarily looking at like whose answers it was. Unless I go, okay, now I need to know whose answer it was. She said humor. Very good. Very good. You know, this is kind of like the speedrun section. I was you know, surprised that nobody said clumsy or like, you know, you guys all seem to have pretty good. You guys picked the positive ones, aside from the sense of dread. Actually, a lot of you guys put sense of dread or anxiety, and I was like, I am concerned, because surely you'd think you'd have one other thing that would be higher up than that. Maybe, right? Dread was me. My sense of whimsy. Yeah, concerned, not surprised. Meh. Yeah, that's probably right. Indignation is very positive. I didn't know if I should link together the like decentering, indignation, justice, righteousness. So I kind of just left you all in like a little separate category at the end, to be completely honest with you. I also did forget about the existence of the sense of touch when I was making the first slide. Because I was doing this and I was like, oh yeah. And then I got to the answers and I was like, oh, touch, I forgot about that, but I wasn't adding it. I was tempted to put one with the hands and then I was like, I'm not doing that. I've made the PowerPoint, I've made the slide, it's done. You know, hypervigilance, that 95% of the time. You would have been on theme with a lot of chat, to be fair. You would have been quite on theme. Yeah. Overall, oh no, what's wrong, Sid? It's about to get noisy? It's about to get noisy? What do you mean? The highest one is not hearing. Actually, where was hearing? Hold on. Next slide, please. Next slide? What's wrong? I'm confused. Here's your next slide. You don't like the next slide? He's a washing machine that's been abandoned. You don't like him? He's so sad. Is this worse? Would you rather this slide? We can stay on this one. It's not a tug, it's a red sock. An abandoned washing machine. We can stay on this one. Is this better or worse? Breaking Twitch ad. I'm so confused. Please move on. You don't like my funny little caterpillar, guys? But I worked hard on this. Wait, during the presentation, we did kind of switch like character representation. Hello, Raiders, welcome.
Your viewership is important to
Hello.
us. Please hold the line.
Hello, welcome in.
Dash Kim Owner Sauce
Welcome
rated my
in.
stream with 665 viewers.
How are we going? Welcome to PowerPoint time, chat. Welcome to PowerPoint time. I hope you're having a great time. I never stream on a Sunday usually. I hope you had a great stream. I hope you enjoyed watching, you know, people be very silly on the roads. People be very silly on the roads. Escape, become Hitman. No, I'm big business. Now, for the benefit of all our new viewers, I will quickly go back to the start for you. So, Raiders, welcome. This is the Q2 survey. I've asked my chat a bunch of questions. And so you go, oh, what's a PowerPoint? Have you ever heard of a PowerPoint and a survey at the same time? That's what this is. We did a survey. I asked questions. And now we're looking at all the answers. Yeah? If you want to know the general premise of this, I only have, this isn't even my suit. Well, it's my pants, but this jacket is my brother's one that he left here and didn't want. Like, the shoulder pads are so big. And I only have one tie. I don't own another tie. It is real, but I only, you know, I was told there'd be cats here. I don't have a cat, so I did, yeah, you've been lied to. It'll happen more tonight if it helps. It suits you, thank you. It's the big business. It's the big business look, okay? But yeah, so if you're curious, I write a bunch of questions into my notes app over the quarter, right? And then I make you guys answer them, yeah? And then I make a silly PowerPoint. So this is what we're doing, Raiders, to catch you up to speed. This is what we're doing. Will there be a test? No. This is the test, and the test is if you have, you know, if you haven't answered them, you didn't participate in the survey, you didn't know, that's absolutely fine. when we get to a new question, you just say what you would have picked. You've missed the test technically, yes. So when we get to a new question, right? You can just, you know, do my answers affect my conversation for work rendered? Yes. Yes. Also, if your name is Steve, I'm very sorry. We are putting together a pool of gold coin donations for Steve, who has been unfairly, you know, ostracized by the rest of chat. So that is a thing as well. But welcome in. This isn't what we usually do, by the way. I normally play video games, but this is something we do roughly every 3 months. This one is a little delayed, hence the name of the survey. It's a little delayed. It's a bit of a fever dream. It's a bit of a descent into madness, and the questions are usually quite silly. So that's the thing to know, essentially. We've had quite a few questions so far. We made a perpetual stew. We've asked how much liquid. Actually, yeah, good question, guys. How much liquid do you drink in a day, including water, including coffee, including soft drink? Like, how much liquid in liters do you think you drink in a day? Whilst we scroll back along my list. 8 liters? That's a lot. No guy drinks 10k liters? Yeah, look, I know a guy too. We do also have, yeah, our chat average was about 2 and a bit, if you were curious. And now hotly debated, you know, anywhere between 2 and 3, roughly, apparently is the recommended average, but I was incorrect. We also had an outlier of Sin drinking a lot of liquid. So, to catch us back up for everyone else, to the next question, we have a poor abandoned washing machine and the red sock, which I'm assuming dyed all of the clothes pink. Do you separate your clothes by color and type when washing, or do you just chuck them all in together? This is what I asked chat. How much do you care about your clothes? How much do you care about doing your washing? You know? And yes, the vibe of this slide was the washing machine got kicked out because everything's been dyed the wrong color. You know, both? Both? Yeah, valid. So the question was very much like, you know, and or. But I wanted to know where you guys sat. Because mostly it fell into 2 buckets. Mostly, right? Well, you know, if no one was spectating you doing your washing, nutties, what would you do? You know? Washing in the washing machine, then all in the dryer. Ooh, the dryer is illegal in this household, Dash. The dryer is illegal, and we don't regularly use the dryer. However, the dryer is like, you know, it's raining and I've washed my sheets and I need to, you know, I need to make my bed or something like that. Like desperate times. I don't use the dryer unless I really have to. Solar means free dryer power. See, we have solar panels and I'm still not allowed to use the fucking dryer, you know? The washing machine's in the Resident Evil mansion because it dyed all your clothes pink with a red sock. That's why. You know, it's having a bad time. You don't have a dryer? I do. Although, you know, I don't use it very often. Rare occurrence. We just use a clothes source. I don't know. I have enough clothes, I guess, that like I don't need my same clothes like the next day, right? And like in Australia, if you aren't Australian, I am in Australia, and relatively quickly things dry with a clothes source. Clothes sources for cats would be a bad time. Could you use the outside spinny guy that I can't remember the name of? The big washing line. It's winter right now, so no, but yeah, having cats, I guess, makes it quite a bit more difficult. Having a dog, not so bad, you know? Hills hoist. Tornado? I mean, that might dry your clothes, but might be bad for everything else. And or getting to wear them. Fuck that, it's winter right now. Stuff dries, though. You just dry it inside. Let's have the clothes source inside. You call it winter, but you do when it warms up. Are you correcting my spelling? Why is it the A one and not the... Is it really A? That looks wrong. I don't believe you. Are you gaslighting me? That doesn't look right. Just check everything. Close the door, hit start. Close, I need to hang everything out, which gets old fast. I understand that, but the problem with using a dryer is it will degrade your clothes faster. You spelt it wrong. That is one of the words that I've spelt wrong like my entire life. This looks correct to me. and it looks wrong the other way. So I can't change the slide. For context, I don't actually like using PowerPoint, by the way. The PowerPoint is purely a host for my images that I make in Photoshop. I don't like using PowerPoint. PowerPoint is silly and painful. And so I make everything in Photoshop and then I just like, you know, take a screenshot and put it in PowerPoint. PowerPoint is merely a host for the slideshow, you know? Because it's a bit of a time. So do you have any guesses on where chat sat percentage-wise? On how many of you guys chuck it all in and how many of you guys bother to separate it with an E or an A, it doesn't matter, you know? Which one do we think's higher? Do we think we have more people who chuck it all in or more people who separate their washing? You know? Can we also unsuspicious Nicola so she doesn't take up, they don't take up half my chat? Because currently they take up half my chat. You know? Make a video and pause, unpause it. I already had to split the PowerPoint into 3 parts, okay? Making a video would be way worse. She's already unsuspicious. Not on my screen. Let me refresh my chat. I'm choking on my matcha. Unbelievable. How could you? You know? Okay, so next slide, streamer. 64% of you just chuck it all in. And 26% of you separate it out, right? And you may go, streamer, presentation, that doesn't add up to 100%. Yeah, you know, and that's valid. That's valid. That's okay. We do have a third option because I did give you guys an option for other because I was like, well, maybe chat has some like magical third option that you know you haven't told me about. Used to chuck it all into that one time. All my white clothes turned pink. See, it happens. It looks wrong, right, Nick? It looks wrong. So the sneaky third option, which was the last 10%, was it depends how much I care about the clothes. Okay, valid. So if you don't care about the clothes, you chuck them in. You care about them, you wash them better. Wet clothes separate from normal clothes. Alright, fair. Mostly chuck it in unless it's white. Yep. It's all black, majority of the same color. Okay, fair. You know, you guys have just got washing in one color. You're doing good. And then we have washing, chuck it all in. Drying, separate it. I'm curious, why separate it when drying? Because washing's the worst part, from what I know. Separating it for drying because things can't go in the dryer? Sure. You know what I mean? You know? But like, I want to know the logic. Was that me? I don't know. Was it? But also, isn't it more important in the washing than the drying? Take out the things that can't go in the dryer. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. But it's concerning. It is slightly concerning. I do think work clothes separate from normal clothes makes sense, especially if you need to wash it more often, right? One who puts the white separately and then maybe puts the black and red separately. Depends what you have more of. I separate by, normally it's most of my washing and light colored things like you know, white, cream, beige, etc. You know, Safina, you really don't need to copy the whole of the Very Hungry Caterpillar into chat, okay? You really don't need to do that. You know, we're good. I think most of us are pretty familiar with the Very Hungry Caterpillar and don't need to have it in chat. But yeah, I don't know. Like I try to put nothing in the dryer. I care about my wardrobe, right? And I want my clothes to last. Yeah, ideally. And so I will separate things going in the wash. Normally it's, I know certain items of clothing leak dye. So I will have very specific things where I'm like, you specifically get washed by yourself. you know? You specifically have to go separate, right? Because I have like a red shirt, which every time I wash it, leaks dye. What a classic. I also have a few green things, a few bright colors, anything that's new. I try to wash separately so I can kind of, or like with very similar colors. And then yeah, certain materials. It's like, yeah. And then wool. Wool has its own category of like, has to be washed. Wool, silk, stuff in that category where it's like delicate washing or has to be washed in a very specific way. Do you wash it at a hot or cold? Most stuff I wash at 30 degrees, which is coldish, right? Coldish. Most of my wardrobe is black, yes, which makes it easier. But then I have things that are wool or I have things that are other material. That's hot. Well, the thing is like, I can't wash a lot of stuff like not at a warmer temperature. Cause like I have all my like, like exercise stuff and that needs to be washed at a slightly, not too hot. 30 degrees is cold by temperature washing, but not overall. But like, it's fine. Most things can be washed at 30 degrees, you know? The other thing that gets done hot is, yeah, bedding and or like, sheets, towels kind of stuff is like hot. Remember the cold tap water temp? Well, if you're trying to wash stuff that's smelly, it's easier, like it's better to do it in a hotter wash. But then also you don't want to deteriorate your clothes. So it's like playing the happy middle, right? Of cleaning things, essentially. Aren't sheets meant to be done with cold water? Whatever yours say. I don't think so. Because it's cotton, and cotton you can, if your sheets are cotton, then you can pretty much run it as hot as you fucking want. If you have things like bamboo or something else, then probably not, you know? But if they're cotton is pretty good at surviving, way, more things. A thick knit wool sweater, you do not wash, you hang it to weather and then freeze it if necessary. Yeah, I don't think I own anything that is a thick knit wool. I live in Australia. Bamboo is Liar's rayon. I mean, it's the same thing, really. The thing is, there's always a lot of confusion over like, there are things that are fiber types and like fiber weaves. Like satin is a weave, it's not a type of material. So you either have silk satin or you have like polyester satin. Satin itself is not a material, it's a type of fiber weave, right? Maybe it's also you just forget to wash it. What about the one that hasn't come back? I think that's less of a washing machine issue and a more of an issue of putting stuff away and putting it back. I'm so sorry, sound actually getting really rare these days for various reasons. Yeah, no, don't worry, because you don't want to wash your clothes too often as well. Yeah, so you can have bamboo rayon. You can also have other types of rayon, but yes. There is always the argument. Satin means the pants are secondhand. Oh no. So kind of leading into the same question of things leaching into the water, the next question is about microplastics, which we've already had a nice healthy dose of. From the soup. From the stew at the start of stream, which was 3-point-something% microplastics. I can't tell what time of day I made this one, I don't remember. I can't believe you didn't allow words in this section. The one time I was like, I'm gonna ask you guys to give me just numbers so I can, actually do some stats. Jess, thank you so much. Oh, Jess? Sim, thank you so much for giving us up to Jess. There you go. Brain around the right way. Microplastics. So, the first question, well, the main question, I have many other questions. Actually, was this one of those whole numbers, no decimals? This had to be numbers. You guys just couldn't write fucking fractions. You guys wanted to put fractions. Do you know how hard it is for me to make this PowerPoint? When you guys don't give me real stats, I have to go through and try and figure out what chat means for every single question and then quantify it, okay? You guys, when you wrote liters, you guys don't just give me one number. You guys give me, like, ridiculous things. You didn't need to put the percent. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, the one time I restricted the answer for a question, you guys are like, oh, I can't put the thing in. The question was, what percent of your body is microplastics? I'm asking for a percent. You didn't need to put the percent at the end. You're at least 3/4 too angry. Well, what are you gonna do? Huh? What's happening? What percentage of your body is microplastics? That is the question that we have for chat. What percentage of your body is microplastics? What is your guess? That's what I want to know. It's not time to unionize. All right? I want to know. I want to know. We got this guy. I have one slide that's just this guy with no other notes. You know? Literally just hanging out. Just hanging out. 3 percentages. This was late night? I don't remember, actually. What if chat has a pacemaker? Well, that's metal. So, and also probably not microplastics. Please don't judge my art. Alright, okay? I did my best. Maybe he has gout. Okay? Who knows? You know, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Why did you draw me? Do you have gout in your elbow? Can you get gout in your elbow? I don't know. Don't skip elbow day. The metal... microplastics. The keyword being plastic. I don't think... no. We'll just say no, it doesn't count. Okay? No. Alright? Microplastics give you elbow gout. Yep. Alright. Cool. So, I actually, this time, got to collate the data. Well, I'm pretty sure they're not made out of plastic, so... if you've got a plastic one, that's maybe slightly concerning. They're normally metal, aren't they? As far as I'm aware. Not a hip replacement job kind of person myself, but, you know. So, what percentage of chat is microplastic? Well, the chatters is microplastic, I guess, because you guys all gave me different answers. So I've made this graph, which I think actually you guys aren't even going to be able to read, which is perfect. You know, this question, make your blood people get divorced? I forgot there was a red one. They don't come back. Maybe they did. But here it is. Here is the graph of what percentages chat think is microplastics. I realize it's a bit small for you guys to see, but don't worry. I crunched the numbers and potentially the plastic. So we did the min, the mode, the average, the median, and the max. So someone said 0%, which, you know, I don't think so. I think, unfortunately, you're above 0. You know, the mode was 2%. The average was 16%. The median was 3%. And the max was 100%. But you know what? I was like, you know what? Chat's going to want more statistics than this because I know what chat's like. Chat's going to want a little bit more than what I've given them here. You know? Unfortunately. So we'll do a little bit more breaking down of where people said what was. Because again, you guys can't really read this graph that well, but you can kind of get a vague idea of how chat voted, although you can't read any of the numbers. In which 23 people said 1% or under for their amount of microplastic, right? And then 21 people said between 1.1 and 10%. Yeah? And then 19 people said above 10%. Yeah? So some people really think they're a bit more plastic. But then I was like, oh, I gotta be a little bit more specific. A little bit more specific for the higher group, right? So we then had 4 people said 69%. 1 person said 90%. And 1 person said 100%. In which, yet again, congratulations to Gat for being 100% plastic. Yippee! So I assume Gat is just, you know, a Lego figurine watching the stream. So thank you for that. I appreciate your participation, and I don't know how you typed in the survey with the hands that you have, but I'm very glad and very thankful that you managed to find a way. You know, very good, very good, excellent even. You know, so I hope you enjoyed probably the 1 bit of actual maths and stats that we did for this thing. Was there an award for the washing section? No, there's not an award for everyone. The awards came when I thought of something. Essentially. So, there's not one for every single one. There's one whenever I thought of something funny. To be fair. But the next question is, what is the item in your pantry with the oldest expiry date? And, I'm gonna leave you guys to think about that while I quickly run to the bathroom. Returned. Hello, fully plastic gat. You missed your achievement, so here you are. Congratulations. I'm so glad you participated in the survey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unmuted now. Next question was... what is the item in your pantry with the oldest expiry date? And I did kind of, put this in some categories. So the subnote for the question was, yeah, that can of whatever at the back that hasn't been touched in years. Two-part question. What is it? And what is the expiry? Right? Yeah? Those were the combo question, 2 parts. What is it? And when does it expire? But you guys, any guesses on the oldest thing, or maybe what was the most common thing as the oldest thing in the pantry? Mr. What is it part? You were not the only one. That's okay. Reading comprehension, not our strongest suit. Nothing pre-2000. I hope, I beg. I was surprised by how fresh our expired option was. It was very interesting. It was very interesting. For oldest sin? For like the oldest expiry date? Actually older than I am? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Alright. Alright, why are you sighing? Why are you sighing? But yeah, so I split this one into categories. So the first one is not bad at all. Self-defined category, but I was like, basically my reaction when seeing that went, that's not bad. That's not that bad. Or, yeah, it's not that bad. So we had bicarb soda expiring in 2021. We had beans in 2028. The worst date in my pantry is 2025. Kidney beans, October 2024. 2022 Vegemite. Vegemite is just salt, it's fine. Dried chickpeas, August 2023. Switched to canned because I never remember to soak them the night before. I don't think I've ever bought dried chickpeas, to be honest. We have herbal tea that expired in 2021, which I was like, but I was also like, oh, it's probably fine. It's not like a milk tea, it's not a powder, like it's probably fine. We got pecans, 2024. Maggi 2-minute noodles, 2024. Soy sauce, 2029. Popcorn kernels, 2021. I love couture freaks, there's nothing old in this pantry, so that person was fine. This is part 1, Raph. This is the not bad at all category. For context. So this is not bad at all. Part 1. If that helps. Maybe they're best before and not used by. Maybe. So we had green pesto 2026, some canned corn for 2021, a spice blend that expired in 2022. It's not that bad, Like these ones I'm like, that's fine. That's fine. Not really blinking too much at them. We next have the not great, but maybe fine category. Which is a traditional Christmas pudding from 2022, which I'm like, I don't know how well that keeps, but maybe it's fine. I don't know. We've got some soup that expired in 2022, which like probably fine. A can of fruit. Again, a lot of the can of tin stuff is maybe fine. Baking powder 2019 is like, yeah, it's fine. The cough syrup is slightly concerning from 2020, if only because, is it germed up? Dry cough syrup is not like dry liquid. It's not an anomaly. It's a syrup for a dry cough, I'm pretty sure. You know what I mean? Like, fine. Have you missed the random fact yet? No, that's at the end. We're going through them somewhat in order.
Have I missed the random fact part yet, Slespog?
I mean, isn't the whole stream just random facts, basically, So not sure if it counts, but I have dried beans. I use solely as baking weights. Everything edible is yet to expire. That's great. Snack pot of instant pasta, best before March 2023. You think I'm going to go to my kitchen and find the item with the oldest expiry date while doing this survey? Cinnamon, 2018. Again, like a dry spices. Like I'm like, it's a bit old, but it's fine. It's probably just tastes dusty. We got more baking powder from 2018. I guess the thing to always keep in mind is like, what's the word for it? The expiry date is usually a few years after you've bought a lot of these things. Not all of them, but like for like things like baking powder, you get a decent amount of time before it expires. So for example, expires in 2018 means they probably bought it a few years earlier, you know? We also have an arrowroot, I'm assuming thickener from 2018. In my heart, I do not believe it's possible for powder to expire. In which I'm like, again, I think it just becomes worse. If stored correctly, maybe fine. I'm assuming it's like a thick, like cornstarch, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I wasn't Googling the old things in this. So, we do have a third category. Actually, we have 4 categories, but here's the third category, which is, I'm concerned. I am concerned. Ring the bell. I'm concerned. We've got a jar of nutmeg that expired in 2015. More nutmeg, probably also 2015. 2014, a slow cooker powder flavor base. We got canned chicken from 2016. Balsamic vinegar, question mark, question mark, question mark, expiry never. How long have you had that for? Egg-free egg replacer from 2018. I don't know what's in that, but it scares me. Long life milk, it's only expired 6 years ago, is like, okay, that's slightly too long for long life milk, in my opinion, okay? I think that's too long. It's lived too long, okay? You got sodium bicarb from 2014, more bicarb from 2014. I have a feeling maybe that was the same household that answered that question, now that I'm looking at it, but that's okay. We've got a jar of sumac with 2016 written on it. Very mysterious. Brown sugar from probably over a decade ago. We've got undated tunas that I've moved house twice with. Does concern me. Ranch dip mix from 1997. Also quite concerning. Pretty sure it might be ice cream cones from like November 2017. Those are definitely bad. Those are definitely bad. Okay, those are definitely bad. But then we also have this one, which is non-congealing cod liver oil. No actual expiry date, but it is from 1954. In which, congratulations, we have a new award! To the most significant ye olde health hazard goes to Nick. Congratulations for your non-congealing cod liver oil. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. But I'm concerned, okay? I am concerned, okay? You know? It's, you know, I think we keep it as a joke. Like, is it a big container? Because I tried to Google it and I was like, what is this? Like, this is what I'm picturing, you know? This is what I'm picturing as like, you know, I'll send a picture. Okay, I'm not going to show chat the picture, but you can check it in Discord. But don't worry, if you're going, hello streamer, my answer wasn't on here. I've got all the people who missed half the question, but also by it. So we've got I don't want to look. We also have April 14th, 2024. I don't know what it was. Oh no, thank you for this question. Oh no, I'm too lazy to go check. A can of tomato soup, it needs a can opener and I've never bought one. December 2024, okay. Something from 2009, mysterious can of beans, March 2021, April 20, not available. I don't have a pantry anymore. Where do you keep your food? The pantry was not the important part of the question. We then also have something this year, couldn't find what I wanted, 2008, the tomato sauce I bought for Megs that she never used, unfortunate. And then we also have the mystery can at the back of the cupboard, which the label fell off of. Is it tapioca pudding? Is it a can of green beans? No one knows. Viewers still have the bravery required to answer that question. And then we have you know, calling it out, but ByteDance's answer, which is, don't give me the funny smiley face. You know exactly what you were doing when you were writing this. If I knew any better, I'd say this was a ploy to make us do a task we've all really never gotten around to doing. But keep forgetting it's necessary. And oh, I found the quince jam my grandmama made. She dated it 1979, and I miss her. Oh. Well, thank you for that, ByteDance. I was like, oh. 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 Little heartwarming mention in the, you know, conversation. Can you two please stop talking about fabric types? We've moved on, alright? Go to DMs or move on, either or, okay? Please, I beg. Alright? We can't get rid of it now? Of course not. Of course not. You know. I opened to sniff it once and it smelled like, what? That's concerning, Jess. That's concerning, you know? I'm concerned about the non-congealing cod liver oil. What is it used for? Okay, let me look at the picture you've sent, allegedly. I need to see. Oh my god, it is an old-timey bottle. It's even got a fish on it. Incredible. Incredible. You should keep that. I agree. Wait, read the label. Hold on. Hold. What am I reading? From one teaspoonful to one... From 1 teaspoonful to 1 teaspoonful twice or 3 times a day after meals in water, milk, or wine. I can't read. You've actually nuked me. I can't read anymore. We need to see the bottle. I am not dragging anything into the PowerPoint. I'm not breaking my PowerPoints. I have 3 different files open, okay? It's not happening. This scene is set up specifically. It's not changing, alright? Alright? But we have a very fun question next for chat, which I think you guys will be quite excited for, you know? You guys are gonna love this, I think, which is, what's the name of your favorite car? This was also a trick question. I love this. This is really fun for me. This was also a trick question. Well, it's a trick question as in I'm putting you guys in funny little boxes, or in one case, funny little Venn diagram. Because we have 2 categories of what I thought people would answer, which is car names and names of car, right? So you got car names, names of car, sometimes both. What's the difference? Well, one is the car name and one is the name of the car. Nandro? You got the car name and the name of the car. Yeah? I'm not following. Well, there's even a diagram. You've got the car name and the name of the car. So both would be, my car's name is Steve, it's a motorbike, or whatever it is. How are they different? Well, one is the name of the car and one is the car name. Are we getting it? Maybe? Because I know that when people read the question of what's the name of your favorite car, yeah? They're gonna give me the name of a car, right? Or a car name, yeah? We're gonna get 2 answers here. Maybe both, but mostly 2 answers. And if it hasn't gotten there yet, I'm sure you'll get there. But first of all, I have to take a 2-second break to say I like Miata. The Miata is a cool car. I like this one. This is my favorite. When I went to Japan, the only content I got on TikTok was the Miata. And it's great. It has funny little eyes. It's great. Big fan of this funny little thing. Yep. Like, oh cool, I would like to have some food content. And TikTok was like, no, you can have content about this silly little car. And I was like, that's great. That's great. That's wonderful. Anyway, back to you know, back to chat's, you know, contributions. Aside from, you know, instead of mine. So, starting off, we have car names. Yeah? Car names. So we have Bumblebee, Jarvis, Reginald, Papaya, John, Tomato, Martha, Lightning McQueen, Eve, yes, I named my first car, and yes, I named it after my late great aunt who helped me buy it. Road Slayer, the Tesla Destroyer, Steve, not sure why it's called that, but who am I to judge? Fucking Steve. Gotta add another coin to the donation bin. I got Zara, a Falcon XRS, a lot of fun to drive. Lisa, I hear my car, a Honda S2000. I'm a weirdo that names their car. Cars have names. People have those. And my car. We also have Megs the Mazda, Herbie, Jeff, Brum, Cecilia, Don't ask this gay to drive, and the one that drives for me. Which I'm not sure if it's a person, a self-driving car, or a car. I don't know. One of those? Maybe? This is Brum. If you guys don't know who Brum is a thing of nightmares and positive. I like Brum, but Brum is also a thing of nightmares from watching the show as a kid. Because the eyes are terrifying. I like Brum. Okay? I am a fan. I just also was kind of terrified by the headlight eyes as a kid. But I like Brum. I'm a fan. We would watch Brum. It was great. But the eyes scared me a little, you know? And also there's a new version of Brum and it's not as good. Bring back the old one, okay? There's like a new one. You know? Shout out to, you know, Lightning McQueen and Tomato. You know, you guys putting this on there. I was like, that's lovely. You know? They definitely fit in the car names, not name of car. And they're fun. They're not real, they're not like, you know, physical cars, but I was like, sure. Why not? You know? Like the 1998 Toyota Corolla because of the goofy happy smile. I love that for you. Also, I wasn't sure what Road Slayer, the Tesla Destroyer, would be, so I assume that's what your car looks like. Like I assume this is your car, and this is what you drive. Volvo's a car brand, so yeah. I assume that this is your car. Yeah. I don't know if it's road legal, but sure. For the second category, we have names of car, right? In which, I don't know any of these. I missed the PowerPoint. We're not even halfway through yet. You're fine, you know? You're fine. Snowdog, you won an award for answering a question incorrectly. You know, you cut off most of my answer, did I? That's a good question. I may have badly screenshotted one of the messages, I don't know. Unless there's multiple, but still. So we have an F40, a Civic Type R, McLaren 720S, a Hyundai, a BRZ, a Lotus Elise, the bus, Fiat 500, a Hammerhead Eagle i3, don't know what that is, a bus, Il Tempo Gigante, something like that, Lancia Stratos, Lamborghini Murcielago, I don't know those, it's fine. Octane from Rocket League, RAV4, a 2022 Honda Civic Type R, Supra, Datsun 510, Lotus Elan, Nissan Z32 300ZX, Porsche 930 Turbo. I know exactly who answered that one, Sin. McLaren W1, DeLorean, Dodge Challenger, Audi Quattro, Volvo 240, Range Rover, Mazda MX-5, 1969 Chevrolet Corvette or something, a Kia, which I'm pretty sure is a car, I think, and not a name. Nissan Patrol, the Batmobile, which I did have to verify with people to be like, no, I'm pretty sure it's a type of car, not a car name, like it's a name of car. We've got the Lamborghini Gallardo, and I don't know cars that well. I remember liking the Lotus Elise and almost buying a 1962 Morris Major as my first car, but I also have a tiny yellow Lambo toy, which is like, cool. Excellent. This guy, so I looked, like the features here are the ones I looked up a bunch and just screenshot the cool ones. This guy, what is this? This is a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang style car. Like, I was like, this is cool and notable, but why does it exist? Very fun. I don't know if it is the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car, but that's what it, like, you know, that's what it looks like to me, right? It's from an iconic Norwegian movie. That's cool. I thought it was very cool. You know, who gave Brum ketamine? No! We also had the Lancia Stratos, which looks like a weird cousin of the Miata. So I was like, I like this. I'm a fan. You know, good pick. Good pick. They look like distantly related cousins. And then there was also the bus. Shout out to the fucking bus, man. Love that. I love that multiple people put bus. You know, I was like, guys, I love that you love public transport. Big fan of the bus. I did pick, to be fair, I Googled bus. Multiple people put bus. Okay, multiple people put bus, but I was like, I just Googled bus and took a screenshot. So of course it's a Perth bus. Because when I Google bus, it's gotta give me a Perth bus, isn't it? Ooh, what a fun question. This is great. This is where I was like, this is great, but simultaneously, I'm having a time. You know? But I asked chat, do you have an abnormal or uncommon snack combo that you love that other people might question? Love the art, thanks, I did it. I did it myself. And I was like, I wonder what chat's gonna give me, you know? For their abnormal or uncommon snack combo. So here we are, plates ready. For these. Now for each set, I did put them in a tier list. Because I thought that would be fun for me. As I was going through the answers to rank how I felt. I didn't do the survey, but I like sardines on toast, which is apparently odd. I just, like with nothing else. Nothing else. Like no other things. I mean, like I'm not a big fish fan, so sardines in general are not my fave. Flavored vapor device and fries. It tastes like donuts. Oh no, that's probably my least favorite answer. That is, yep, that is unfortunate. Although actually, there are some interesting answers on here. Sardines and dry crispy bread. Interesting, Landry. Interesting. This but mayo on pizza is my go-to for shitty takeaway pizzas. They're so dry. But yes, you're welcome to comment your uncommon or abnormal or maybe slightly odd, you know, combos as we go through these, you know? Oh, fine, Biden, fine. So, first answer, of course, is wouldn't you like to know? In which, yeah, that's why I asked. You know, that's why I asked. I've learned my lesson. No. Live your best little life, Daya. Live your best little life. We got Macca's chippies dipped in a McFlurry. Yummy. Fine with that. Last night for dinner, I got a slice of bread, lathered it in mashed potato, put a sausage in it, and then folded it in half. Yeah, that's right. That sounds, you know. That sounds fine. Like, any gravy or anything? Just you know, mashed potatoes, bread. Like, you're carb loading. You're carb maxing. But yeah, so Macca's chips dipped in a McFlurry, tomato, ketchup, and bread. Teddy bear biscuits, the big Arnott's ones, dunked in lime cordial. Which, that's something. Sadly, my snacks are terribly normal, in which I want to know, because are you sure? Does plain bread count? Dipping peanut butter on toast into tea with milk. No, I'm pretty boring. I swear the people who say they don't have the weird things do, and they just don't know. And they should have put one, you know? A large chunk of spicy salami, followed by more of the same. We also have anchovies on barbecue shapes, or Vegemite and honey on toast. Which I think one of you, the sardines guy, might also like the anchovies on barbecue shapes, maybe? Potentially? I've never thought of putting Vegemite and honey together. There's peanut butter and honey on rice cakes. I don't really combo snacks, but have you tried Coke with orange juice? In which, I'm already not the biggest fan of orange juice. Why on earth would you mix it with a soft drink? I don't know. That sounds absolutely awful to me, but I don't like either of those things. So, orange juice can be okay on occasion, but I don't like the idea of a fizzy drink and orange juice. That sounds awful. I'm not a fan. Eating tins of cold soup straight from the can. I just feel like it would be so gluggy. It'd be so gluggy, wouldn't it? You know what I mean? Because they're always kind of like, the consistency is not there yet, you know, when they're cold. What about like Fanta? That's just orange fizzy drink. Awful. You know, like I can deal with orange juice with pulp, but like I don't really like orange juice. There's peanut butter and jam, potato chips and root beer. Oh, you guys say jelly, don't you? Jam, potato chips and root beer. Root beer is just a different soft drink, right? Like non-alcoholic, I think, right? From memory? I don't know. I did like the one person who just said no. Again, great answer. It's like ginger beer, but not. But yeah, so I then put per section, each one's in some tiers for you. So I did put Macca's chips in the McFlurry in S tier, along with peanut butter and honey and rice cakes, and dipping peanut butter on toast in tea and milk. That's fine. Sounds great. Top tier snack. None of them in the seems good category for this one. We then did have the seems fine, which is, you know, tomato sauce and bread, plain bread. The chips, the cold soup is questionable, but that's fine. The salami followed by more salami is just like you're at a charcuterie board. It's fine. Morbid curiosity. I want to try. I'd be curious if someone put it in front of me. Is the teddy bear biscuits and the lime cordial, because I'm like, what does that taste like? I can't like perceive in my brain what that would taste like, and so I'm curious. I've done that. Have you? Is this a common thing we don't know about? I don't know. We also, yeah, Vegemite and honey on toast. I'm like, I'd try it. I don't know if I want sweet things with Vegemite, but sure. And yeah, I'm not a fish fan, so no anchovies. And the coconut orange juice, I'm like, no, thank you. You know? Nope, there's more, Rod. There's more. They're just in sections because there were 64 answers to the survey. There's more. They're in sections. So we have barbecue rice crackers, cream cheese, a slice of cucumber, and sweet chili sauce. Nutella on corn chips. Really pushing the boundaries of where peanut butter should be used. Maybe, for example, as an addition to burger bun fillings. Butter and Vegemite on a cracker with a piece of camembert or brie. A Pringle with a grape on it. Snack and no snack. Not really adding much, but valid. Barbecue Pringles and sriracha. Kiwis and peanut butter. Mix up a tin of sweet corn and add a tin of chili tuna. We have Cheezels and Maltesers. I'm assuming like together in the same, you know, like combo. 2-minute noodle sandwiches, like fully cooked noodles in the soup and then in buttered bread. Another no. Barbecue tomato sauce and bread, that's it. And then I keep it normal, which sure. So S tier is the sweet corn and the chili tuna. I'm like, incredible. Butter and Vegemite with cheese, excellent. Cheezels and Maltesers, sweet, salty, whatever, it's great. Nutella on corn chips, same thing. The barbecue rice cracker, cream cheese, cucumber, sweet chili sauce, seems pretty good. That's fine. We've got the Pringle with a grape on it. I'm just confused because it sounds like a desperation like moment. You do have the barbecue Pringles and sriracha. Again, like they're all fine. Tomato sauce and bread, again, fine. The 2-minute noodle sandwiches, fully cooked noodles in the soup, then in the buttered bread. How does it stay together? Because like if you take the 2-minute noodle, like the bread would get soggy. So you can't put it in the, how do you eat this? Because because it says in the soup, but then in the buttered bread. What do you do with the liquid? What do you do with the liquid? Oh, my thing to feed Daisy is going off, but I've already fed her and given her snack, so she's fine. I've done this with, but how do you do it? Like, no liquid, but this says specifically in the soup. Ever had a sandwich that falls apart between your fingers? I don't have soup with a sandwich, usually. You know, that's not a combo I think I've ever gone for. But this specifically says in the soup, then in the bread. And wouldn't the bread, it's just soggy, right? I have a morbid curiosity about the peanut butter fillings because I'm like, I don't know where you're putting it. The kiwi and the peanut butter, I'm like, I don't want that, to be honest with you. That does not seem like something I would want together. It's fine. Is it? Those are things I would never think to put together. Like, also, how do you don't mix them. So you have kiwi fruit and peanut butter, and so you're like, you know, I'm picturing a kiwi with like, you know, peanut butter slathered on it, and you're chomping it, you know? And I'm like, that's something. You know? That's certainly something, and I don't know how to feel. And you weren't specific, so that's what I had to assume. Questionable. Kiwi's unshaved? Unshaved? Okay, unpeeled is probably what most people say, but okay. We've also got ranch sauce, avocado, and olives served on anything. I'm 100% perfectly normal and well adjusted. Frozen peas in a glass. Shout out to that person. Not me. Not really. Mango and chili, carrot sticks, and Nando's garlic peronaise. I don't think I do. Blue Takis and a Yakult. Cheese and chocolate, alternate bites. So again, like, Red Bull and a throat lozenge. Concerned. Vegemite and grilled cheese on thick toast with an over-easy egg on top. I think so, Nandra. I think so. Biscoff with anything. If I have a cake, it goes in a mug with a little milk. pickles straight from the jar and then dry cereal. So, I think the Vegemite grilled cheese egg, incredible. Dry cereal, incredible. Frozen peas in a glass, incredible. Top tier, okay? We then have the, I can't move my arms that much. I'm gonna get done in by my cables. So carrot sticks and the garlic paradise, I'm like, that's fine. Good. Mangoes and chili is not my favorite thing because I'm not the biggest fan of mangoes, but I can understand why that combo goes together. Especially because I've had mango and salads before and I'm like, yeah, okay. Cheese and chocolate, that's great. If I have cake, it goes in a mug with a little milk is like, you just got wet microwaved mug cake and you know what, that's fine. It probably just stops it from being dry. Biscoff with anything is in morbid curiosity because I'm like, elaborate on anything. Elaborate on what anything is because that does concern me. Blue Takis and a Yakko is morbid curiosity because I don't know what that is. I obviously know what a Yakko is, but we don't have that. So they microwave it. Well, oh, okay, it goes in a mug. Oh, I thought because they do the microwave mug cake. There's like the microwave mug cake thing, right? Biscoff with the Crown season 2 box set, right? I'm like, like a bit of cardboard. Would you have Biscoff with the perpetual stew? Yeah, I think when I saw it was in a mug, I assumed it was a microwave cake, but it's not. I think they did not say that. Pickle straight from the jar is a solid. I don't think so. I like it with something. And even then we got different pickles and I hated them. If you missed this, you know, my prior stance was that I don't like pickles. Fam bought some and I was like, oh, these ones are okay. And they're gherkins or something and they're slightly different. And then they bought another brand and it's awful and I don't like them. So very hit or miss there. Microwave cake with your raw ingredients and cook in the microwave. Yeah. Fresh jar pickles is top tier, but with nothing else, like cheese, like with cheese and crackers, sure, but not just yeah. And most pickles for me, so I'm like, nah, not for me, not for me. We have ranch sauce, avocado, and olives. It's an odd combo. And then the Red Bull and a throat lozenge. I need you to, you know, we need you to broaden your horizons and find some snacks because. I'm slightly concerned for you. Okay? Yeah? Slightly concerned. But we have more. But wait, there's more. So we have strawberry jam cheddar cheese, caramelized onion and a cheese toasty, grated carrot on tacos seems to make people mad, peppermint tea with milk or Ritz with milk chocolate, but I think America already made that, so I guess they're all weird too. Raw 2-minute noodles with the flavor packet sprinkled on top. Chocolate and lemon, which is a salted yogurt drink. Rice salad, rice, tuna, peas, maize, and paprika in a bowl. Mix well, eat cold. I live exclusively off a diet of oats. Did entertain me greatly. You have oats, brother. Share the oats. We got the muddy tin tomatoes and a spoon. Not an abnormal combo, but I can't be bothered cutting up vegetables sometimes, so I just dip the end of a whole cucumber or capsicum into hummus and chomp on it like an apple. Probably best no one watches me eat when I do that. Why is there a blank one? Because I ran out. Basically. I think the caramelized onion and cheese toasty, great. Ritz with milk chocolate, great. Strawberry jam and cheddar cheese, not bad. You got the chocolate and lemon, sounds great. I googled the thing and I was like, yeah, right, sure. The rice salad, I don't think I've ever had maize, but like, sounds fine. I support the person who wants to dip their entire vegetable into their snack. That's good, that's fine. The grated carrot on tacos is fine. I know, because what I think it is has not appeared. I don't know. I don't know. If I've had lemon sweet soup, so I've not tried it. I've not tried it. Maize is corn? Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. I was just like, all right. Didn't think of that. It's not a snack. Fair. What's your favorite food? I don't have a favorite food. Beside the point. We've got old mate who lives just on oats, which is you live your best life. It's fine, I guess. It's sad, but it's fine. The tin tomatoes and a spoon, I'm like, I'm good. We got the raw 2-minute noodles with the flavor packet sprinkled on top, in which I put unsure about that because, there is a combination of that snack. There is a combination of that, right? That used to exist. And that's the thing. But I do feel like the raw 2-minute noodles with the flavor packet sprinkled on top is just, it's not very good for you. That's so salty. It's a time. And, oh, you asked, why is peppermint tea with milk in such big letters? Because it's a crime! Why are you putting milk in it? Stop! Stop it! I was like, absolutely not! Why with milk? Peppermint tea's great. With milk? No! No, it go green? How does it go green? Okay, our peppermint tea is like not green. What do you mean it goes green? How does it go green? What? I don't, no, the wrong tea. Peppermint milkshake is, no, that's a spearmint milkshake and they're different. But peppermint tea and milk are things that I do not think that should be mixed. You know what I mean? And also spearmint is different and it's not in the form of tea. I'm not against most teas having milk added. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But there are some green teas and I include peppermint where I'm like, no, stop, stop. That is a shock to the system, okay? You can elect tea by having lots of milk, so I did it for peppermint tea. Oh God, Kobe, oh God. Ah, that's the one. Yes, that is the one where I was like, oh God, you know? We are, this is slide 104 out of 244, so just under half. But we are now having to switch over to the next slide section. This is now part 2. This is now the separate PowerPoint section because I couldn't fit them in Google Drive, so I had to split it into 3 parts. So, yippee! Spearmint is fine. Peppermint tea with milk added is the issue, you know? Crimes. Crimes. So this was a really fun question for me to put together. I will say. I did feel like I was being... Yeah, I had some ideas. I had some ideas and I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I'm bullying chat too much. Maybe this is going to be a hard question. Milk with peppermint tea. No, Foxtail. I don't want it. Because like... Also, because like peppermint tea is so drying too. Like it has that like mouthfeel and it's so drying. I just don't think I want that with, you know, with, I don't want that with milk. I don't, you know, make some food just be obtuse. If it is green, can you take a picture? If I want to know, like green, like surely it's not much of green. Also, how is it green? Because like when I make peppermint tea, it's not green. Not bright green, just off-white green. Yeah, but our peppermint tea, like your cup of tea is like a light brown. Like it's not green. So, No, but yeah, but the tea is never green. That's what I don't understand. Like it's never, when you boil it and you pour the water, it's not green. Maybe they're green to yours? Do they dye yours? Maybe? I don't know. But yeah, so in the, you know, wild vein of torturing my chatters, the question was, which of these would be your least favorite to have to do? Which one of these do you really not want to do? Right? Like, I don't want to do this of the things on the list, right? And yes, we have brought back the KTM stock images, which has probably been my favorite part of working on this project. I will say, my favorite part of working on this project, which is the, oh, chat needs a visual representation of what I'm potentially going to be putting them through, right? So in case you've forgotten the categories, which, you know, that's fair. It's quite possible that you've forgotten what the things on the question were. So we've got go cave diving, get a neck adjustment by a chiropractor, give an unprepared speech to a live auditorium of people, get stuck in an elevator for an unknown amount of time and you don't have a phone, live stream yourself sleeping, get stuck upside down in a roller coaster, or have your internet history analyzed and put in a museum as an exhibit that people can walk through, right? And I was kind of like, okay, chat. So which one of these do you really not like? Which is your like top tier? I don't want to do this. I'm not interested. Get me out of here. Right? Get me out of here. So, least favorite. And this is what the graph looks like. This is what the graph looks like. You know? And I was like, all right, cool. Cool. Interesting set of, you know, chat being biased in some direction. So, starting with, I think the smallest one, right? Which is getting stuck in an elevator. Which everyone was like, that's fine. Not fussed. No phone in the elevator. I'm vibing. That's all right. You know. Thank you, Alan. Thank you. You know, stuck in the elevator, no phone. But that's fine. That's fine. I did label the bars. I don't know if you can see. I'm revealing them one by one. I'm revealing them one by one. Intentionally. All right? I'll fight you. See? Look, it says elevator and there's nothing. Intentionally. For suspense. Right? So everyone said no, like no one was like, you know, this is my nightmare. No one's scared of getting stuck in the elevator. They're like, that's fine. Not the worst thing ever that could happen. We then have live stream yourself sleeping. As the next lowest category. Someone was like, I don't want this. This is hell on earth for me. I'm not a fan. I don't want to live stream myself sleeping. I don't want this. And you know what? I was like, I guess that's fair. You know? Maybe they sleep naked. Maybe they're having a bad time. You know, maybe they sleepwalk. But I did think in the scheme of things on the list, you know, yeah. I don't like the idea of live streaming yourself sleeping, personally. It's probably not my least favorite on the list by far, but definitely not great. You don't look like you're sleeping in that photo. I wonder why. I wonder why. Maybe all the lights that I had to have on to take the photo. So next up was Chiro, which I think is criminally low to have the chiropractor this low, all right? Neck adjustment by a chiropractor this low? You guys should fear this. I don't want this. Hate that. I am part of an anti-chiropractor propaganda group. I hate it. Hell no. Fuck. Yeah, they can kill you. That's a death risk. Absolutely not. Like, it was like, okay, you're just getting like, you know, a back massage, whatever. Sure. Neck adjustment. Neck adjustment. Bad. Bad. Hate it. Not a fan, right? I don't want it. I hate it. Fake science. Get it out of here. Go to a physio. All right. Next one, I'm like, okay. All right. Roller coaster. Getting stuck upside down on a roller coaster. Look, I didn't say for how long, but either way, pretty fucking terrifying. Could die. So I'm glad it's a little bit higher up the list. I do think the chiropractor should be higher as a fear, right? You know. I mean, I wouldn't want to get a neck adjustment from anyone, mind you, but I'm saying in terms of like, you know, compare, like if you think you need to go to a chiropractor, please, for the love of God, go to a physio instead, you know? That would be my opinion. I don't like them. Not a fan of chiropractors whatsoever. And yeah, ever since there was the story of the newsreader lady who got a neck adjustment and then died, right? Shortly after, is the one that I've never forgotten hearing my mother talk about when I was a kid, so. Terrible. Do not. My personal advice would be do not go to a chiropractor, you know? In general. They kill people, you know? So, next, we have, which I'm quite surprised by, because I didn't think it was, like, that bad. And I certainly wouldn't have rated it above the chiropractor and roller coaster, you know? Which is giving a speech to an audience, you know, in which, no way giving the speech is that low. What do you mean? What do you mean? I get that you're anxious. The other ones can kill you. It could be awful. Don't get me wrong. A bad time. This would be a bad time. but the other ones actually can kill you. This is one of the few ones where you're not at a risk of dying. It might feel like it'll kill you, but it won't kill you, probably, unless you have a heart attack. You know what I mean? The chatter demographic makes me think speech would be higher. This one does not have a literal death risk. The other ones all might kind of kill you. And I get it. I get the anxiety from things like that. But also, the other options, in my opinion, are worse. Worse. You know? Like, okay, giving a speech, but also, you could just talk about something, and they'll be like, how the fuck did this person get here? You know? So the next one, which I thought was reasonably higher, considering we're asking people on Twitch, I was like, you know what? I thought the other ones would be higher because of the death risk, but then I've got to remember that chat would rather die of embarrassment yet again, which is having the exhibit of your search history displayed for everyone and analyzed as a museum exhibit, which, you know, I'm less surprised by this one being higher. Again, it wouldn't kill you, but maybe it would kill you socially, so that would be a bad time. Potentially. So that's fair. What are you looking at, chat? I don't know, but they don't want it. They don't want it analyzed, and they don't want to put it in a museum. You know, they're not here for this. You know, I mean, I've searched a lot of weird shit, Raph. I've searched a lot of weird shit. So it's like, well, you know. Like, and especially from like the uni time as well. You won't die, but you have to live through that. That's fair. That's fair. Chiropractic in my area. Oh no, Mid-Millions, no! So obviously the top one, least favorite thing to do. These are my people, okay? The cave diver pickers, you are correct. Congratulations. What possesses people to go climb in a fucking cave? What is possessing you? Get out of there! You don't belong in there! Get out! Leave! Leave the cave alone! Stay out! Okay? Don't be in the cave. Leave the cave alone. Please. There was a right answer to this question, and the right answer was cave diving followed by chiropractor, but you guys didn't agree with me on this. I put this as a thing I want to do. Oh god. Well, I'm crawling into the cave. That's where I'm going. Let me explore. No, explore elsewhere. I go in the cave, then go diving in underwater rivers inside them. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That is cave diving. That is that is part of cave diving. That's all in the same thing. Okay? That's all in the same thing. That is, stop yearning for the caves, Tempered Jack. Stop it. Caves are cool, but not cave diving. Go explore a cave that has a nice, safe walkway or something, okay? Be good. Stop. Stop. But then we had the follow-up, which I put together for the sake of time, which is, okay, so now you have to actually do one, right? Now you actually have to do one. So rather than the one you think is the worst, which one are you going to do if you have to? Offer you to go dive in a cave, though? How could you say no to an adventure? That's death, Laura! What I do is I'll let them go and then I get to write the YouTube video. That's how that works, right? I get to make the YouTube video about them being foolish. So which one do you actually have to do? Which one are you gonna do? Is the question, right? So, what do you pick? Lovely, inverted, pretty picture, right? So yet again, oh, I've spoiled it. First answer, the one that people are okay doing, speech, which I'm quite surprised. You know, it makes sense. It makes sense. So this is from like most popular to least popular. We're going the other direction. So speech, give an unprepared speech. Didn't say for how long either, I don't think. In which 101 reasons why Blueprints has ruined my life. Let me go. They don't need to understand what I'm going on about. I'm here. I'll talk about it. Easiest one on the list, you know? And don't get me wrong, talking to people, yeah, they were. The 100%, the sheets I had it's not in this picture, it's in the other picture. They were my Blueprints notes. Yeah. What do we ruin? You loved it. By the end of it, it ruined my life, okay? It was good at the start and then it ruined my life. But especially now that I've seen the actual end of it, I'm, you know. But this is the one where I'm like, you don't die and you're not like incriminating yourself or ruining yourself socially. Like, okay, sure, someone might record you doing a stupid speech, but as long as you don't say anything too terrible, it's just embarrassing. potentially. You know what I mean? Like, embarrassing, nerve-wracking, whatever, but like, you won't die and you shouldn't get cancelled, hopefully, right? TikTok viewers, I'm here today because when given the choice of cave diving and giving a speech, I'm prepared. I chose speech, and this is why, you know? And I think, you know, I'll talk about anything for long enough. You're like, okay, cool. That one is the one that you guys should be picking. This is the correct answer, you know? Because it's like, listen, not a good time, but the other options are worse. Way worse. You know, streamer does every stream, precisely. Except for today, where I've had to do a week's worth or, you know, intense preparation, more than I would have done for anything else that I did in uni. Got 2 right answers. I'm proud of you, Rod. So the next one down was live stream yourself sleeping, which, chat, listen, this, why is it so high? I guess the other options are not that great, but it's like, well, you know, why did you give us an option? Because I wanted to know what people would pick. I mean, like, you can be different to me. It is low risk, I guess. But at the same time, like, what if you have like sleep paralysis demons, or like you walk around? And then I thought about it. Maybe it's worse for me because I am a Twitch streamer. And then for the people who aren't Twitch streamers, it's like, yeah, what Kobe said. Like, people aren't gonna watch you. They're not gonna find you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not mad at you at all. It's just banter, Sukai. But you know what I mean? Where I'm like, oh, okay, you know. Wouldn't be ideal, but then I'm like, other people wouldn't really have too many people watching and they're less likely to be found, so like it's less of an issue. But for me, I was like, absolutely not. I don't want to stream myself sleeping, but like, you know, you guys do you. But like, I was like, no, you know. And you have 10k viewers. Oh, that would have definitely made it worse, I think. Definitely would have made it worse. Obviously, whatever happens isn't my problem. Wasn't the one in which we just drool and snore go forth? Or you go viral overnight. I guess so. There is that. Did I get banned quickly would have been a thought? Maybe. The ad rev you get while sleeping at 10k viewers, but you'd have to be monetized for that, right? You know? Well, yeah, those are the sleep paralysis demons, you know? Or the insomnia, or the, you know, sleepwalking. It's a bad time. So next on the list is go to the chiropractor, in which wrong. Don't do this. Don't go. Don't go. Don't do it. Don't get a neck adjustment by a chiropractor, because you know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen? You go to the chiropractor and they go, oh, what a nice skull and neck. What a nice skull and neck you got there. What a great skull and neck. Be a real shame if something were to happen to it, hey? Damn, that's unfortunate. Damn, you know, damn, unfortunate. This could fix me? I don't think so. Why are you punching it? I don't know, I assume that's what chiropractors do. They don't give a fuck. I don't like chiropractors. There's anti, you know, cave diving and chiropractor propaganda. Not a fan, you know? I also just like really like the playing these in order. I think is really good, like, you know? What a great series of pictures. You know? Anyway, so, no, strong images of someone getting beheaded. Well, what if a ghost tells me to see a chiropractor? They're haunting you. It's a bad time. These people I'm slightly disappointed in. Because, you really saw a cave and went, yeah, right. Yeah, right. You saw the cave and you were like, listen, I'm gonna go in there. I'm going in there. You can't stop me, streamer. I'm going in the cave. I'm going in the cave. And I'm like, ah. And you know, you're having a good time in the cave, but it's raining outside and you're lost and you don't know where you're going. And you're like, damn, what's going on? What are we doing? We're in a cave, we're underground. We didn't tell anyone we were going underground. You know, it's raining. And now, oh no, the cave's filling up with water and we've lost our torch and we don't know where we're going. Where are we going? I certainly don't know. And then you get stuck in a tiny bit of cave and you die. And then people have to spend time finding your dead body and removing it. Stop going cave diving! Stop it! Don't do it! Do not resist the call to the void, chat. Don't go in the cave. Don't go deep in the cave. Especially if the caves are described as like, you know, really hard to get through and people keep dying in there. Like, don't go in. Go in the caves that are normal. Don't do the scary cave diving stuff. Do the safe stuff. They'll look for your body if they couldn't find you alive. Well, in all the YouTube videos I watched when I became an expert, because apparently I searched cave diving enough to then put that into my algorithm. You know, watched one YouTube video, we should have been sleeping. Listen, I've watched many cave videos now and a lot of people died. It's a bad time. Stop, like, go normal cave diving. Stop doing scary cave diving, okay? Stop it. Why are you watching horror videos? I watched like, you know, an hour or two of it while I was sewing the other day. When I die, just leave me there. Well, that you would have to tell somebody that you did that. I'm in a cave and I can confirm this. What is normal cave diving? I don't know, going to a place that's like set up for people to visit and not crawling into unknown spaces. Resist the call to the void, chat. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Resist the call to the void. Don't go to the Cairo, don't go in the cave. We die in the cave? That's even worse. They're not the double combo. You know. The next one was getting stuck in the elevator, like, oh no! You know, all cave diving is scary. There is no good cave diving, all right? No good cave diving. All bad, in my opinion. Okay, if you're just walking in, that's not really cave diving. It's just stop going in the caves, okay? But I know we got stuck in the elevator, without a phone, and I was like, this is and I'm like, you're just chilling in the elevator, you know, for a while, maybe like pressing the call button, going hello. Not having a phone makes it a bit hard because it's like an unknown amount of time. But you know, I'm not regularly on a day-to-day basis getting in a really high level lift. So I guess my thought was not like, you know, being stuck. Yes, but the idea is that someone will come and save you. And it's probably a hell of a lot easier to save someone in an elevator in a regular building than it is to save someone deep, deep underground in a cave where you can't see and you have to crawl through really tiny spaces and contort your body. You know, is the building on fire? No, you're just stuck in the elevator. You're just stuck in the lift. And I did think this would be higher than cave diving, but I guess chat yearns to get stuck in a cave. And I will say, I think there was only one person who was willing to go the internet route. And I was like, you know what? I actually thought this would be the one that would be 0. I truly thought no one would pick this. Oh wait, have I put them in the wrong order? Oh, they were equal. Sorry. One person picked internet and one person picked roller coaster. In which I don't know how long you can get stuck upside down in a roller coaster before you pass out, but hopefully less time than you're stuck there. I suppose. It seems like a bad time to be stuck upside down in a roller coaster. Being on a roller coaster is kind of like seeing a chiropractor, in which it does shake your neck around, so I don't like roller coasters that much either. Like the, you know, intense ones. But not a fan of being hung upside down somewhere in a ride, you know what I mean? But yes, we did also have one person who chose the search history one, which I do think it would be so interesting to walk through, like a bunch of funny graphs and everything else and go, yeah, that's kind of odd. That's kind of weird, you know? That's kind of funny. Take a pic going, that's kind of funny, you know? I guess the question is, would it be, you know, but like most people wouldn't know who you were, I suppose. The entire search history. It's all of it, right? You know? Pretty sure it was me? I don't know. You actually want me to look? Hold on. What would you have to do? Where is it? Oh, because I put the questions separate when I actually asked them to you. But where is the part 2? Where is it? This one. Internet. It's so hard to see stuff in this spreadsheet. I can't see it with my eyeballs. Someone. They can go unknown for now. Because staring at that spreadsheet is hurting my eyeballs. Come on. Lost the call of time. But I did have a lot of fun taking these pictures, I will say. Very good time taking these pictures. I was having a blast. It did take a while though. A solid part of the work was making these. Truly. Why are people afraid of cave diving? Honestly, because people die. It's a bad idea. You know? Best OSRS loot. Easiest OSRS money earning. I do think it would be really interesting to see someone else's in this kind of thing, like with all these stats and analysis and stuff like that. I think would be really interesting. But it does feel like it would be kind of horrific for the person. You know? But if you wanted to compare the stats on, you know, which ones people wanted to do and their least favorite, you know, I was intrigued because cave diving for being people's least favorite is still awfully high on the list. But I guess the people who are afraid of the chiropractor maybe went cave diving instead. You know what I mean? Getting stuck and realizing you're gonna die. Yeah, it's horrific. I guess, like, at least for chiro you might die faster, but for this, you could get stuck in there for weeks. Like, one guy got stuck in there for weeks. Weeks and weeks before he died. And he thought people were going to come save him, and they didn't. Well, they were trying to, but they didn't find it, but they died. You know? Rough times. Truly rough times. Beach, I want to go cave diving. Don't go cave diving! Resist the call to the void. Lapscallion, welcome. Resist the call to the void. Do not go cave diving, okay? Don't do it. Please. Don't go to the chiropractor. You know, surviving dive caves and find a cool fish. If you want to go find a cool fish, go fishing. You know? Go fishing. You can't stop me. I can't, but I can tell you not to. You don't have to listen. You know? I'd rather live stream sleep over having to cave dive a chiropractor. Truly. I don't want to go to a chiropractor. Absolutely not. Especially not a neck adjustment. You know? But from a break from the intense ones, I wanted to ask, do you have a printer in your home? You know? Crazy to do something dangerous, expect people to find and save you? Yeah. Like, you know, the extreme examples are scary. But yeah, so to take a break from the intense ones, do you have a printer in your home? I thought this was a nice, easy question. You know, welcome back, John Lego. Because I was curious, because like I feel like printers are being phased out, but then I find printers are so useful. In terms of the reason why I think printers are being phased out is everything's becoming digital is one thing, but also on the other side it was like printers have gotten to this weird subscription bullshit, which none of us like. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure none of us are on board for this stupid, like, get a printer subscription and then the ink runs out and the ink's still there and whatever, right? A 3D printer would count? Sure. You know, like, that stuff is annoying, which is why I think printers are, like, people are less likely to get a printer. Or they printed work, or you printed school, or you go to Officeworks, or whatever your local equivalent of Officeworks is, or whatever. But I find for a lot of my hobbies, because everything's digital now, you gotta print it out yourself. Like for my sewing patterns, it's like, oh, you gotta print it out yourself. And I'm like, oh, not having a printer is actually kind of annoying for a lot of things, you know? And like being able to scan stuff is helpful, you know? So much admin, yeah, it's just compared to the print. Like a printer is useful, but having a printer sucks. You know? Mine never connects and it prints terribly. Yeah, look, it's a time, right? But I was curious, like this is what I think of writing this question. I was like, print's annoying with ink because ink is where the profit is. Oh, 100%, 100%. But I just think it's stupid to be like, oh, sorry, you have a like, you know, if your printer stops functioning because you cancel your subscription is stupid. Like new printers are awful, right? But they're useful. Like physically useful, but for you, but then also terrible to own. You know, and it was a yes or no. So how much of chat do you think owns a printer? Where do you think we're sitting? On the printer owner, you know, stats. How many people do you think have a printer? I guess is the better question, right? It depends on a few things that I just use the work printer. I think if I had access to a work printer, that would be great. But like for me at the moment, I print a lot because I print the sewing pattern stuff and I'm like, damn it. You know? Probably like 40%, you think? Although I will say 3D printers were included. When you guys asked, it was like, do you have, you know, a 3D printer? I said, you can say 3D printer, okay? I allowed it. It's a print. But the question was, do you have a printer in your house? I didn't say inkjet paper only printed. So some of you probably answered with, you know, I have a 3D printer. You know? It was a time. Can print words with a 3D printer? Sure. Yeah, so 64% of people answering the survey have a printer of some kind. 3D printers even less. I was like, I feel like less people would have a 3D printer, but then also we're an online community with a lot of nerd hobbies, and so quite possibly we would skew higher based on community, I feel. An air fryer count as a snack printer? No. Although I like the thought process. I appreciate the thought process, but no. For now. You know what I mean? A dropshipping business count as a money printer? No. No. My strawberry plant, a food printer. See, now we're getting into the doors level question again. You know? I binned mine. Was taking up too much space. We weren't using it. Either use the one at school, mum's work, or the library. There. You know. So, you know, that was a lovely, normal question. I like the idea of using a work printer. But unfortunately I work from home. So I would love to use a work printer. But I work from home. It wasn't specified the printer had to be functional. No, it's just if you have one in your house. So that would count. Library's super close for printing. How much does it cost? If you print in a library, how much does it cost? We had chat printers. That's one way to think about it. You know. Paper shredder count as an unprinter? But no, because it's not removing the ink, it's just chopping it up. It's an unpaper, almost. 20 cents a page for black and white? Oh. Pennies for black and white, more pennies for color. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, speaking of the office, let's do some team building exercises, chat. I was like, yeah, chat, let's come up with some new creative team building exercises, because you know that most of the default team building exercises kind of suck, or they're like awkward icebreakers. You know, meh. And I was like, surely chat would have some really good ideas for what we should do as a team building exercise, right? Like, you know, love this big thanks. You know, and first answer straight off the bat, no. All right, stop. No cave diving. All right, stop it. Put it away. All right. No cave diving, especially not as a new team exercise, all right? No. But there were a lot of other really creative ones. So let me, you know, read them for you. So we have escape rooms. So like maybe multiple levels of torture. Building a cabin in the woods for them to sleep in overnight. Revive the practice of decimation, which I had to Google, but apparently that's like a military thing where like 1 in every 10 people gets killed. So that's not ideal. Completing a Destiny 2 raid, I do think would trauma bond you. Go get a coffee and hang out is a nice, normal, reasonable one. But you are going to have one person who doesn't drink coffee. Survivor-esque group games, little concerning. Giving a speech unprepared with 5 minutes notice to an auditorium full of people as like a squad effort could be interesting, but I don't know. Is it like when one person says a word and you have to like go around and improvise? Because that also seems like a struggle. Building IKEA furniture with at least one piece missing, one piece that shouldn't belong, one piece extra, and a missing page of instructions. One of the team members is blindfolded, one of the team members is deafened, one of the team members is silenced, and the rest unable to physically interact with the group and can only talk from a distance. So we've spotted the chaotic evil person of the chat room. Because on one hand, that's great, but on the other hand, what the fuck? What? Where did you get that from? Nearly pay money to watch that? That's wild. Who gets the hammer? You know? I'm concerned. But that is also very funny. I think I would watch a bunch of new people attempt to do that. That's very funny. We also have learning which way is north. Playing peek, seems pretty fun. Build a flat pack together, more IKEA. Say something kind to each person you work with at the start and end of each day for 2 weeks. That's really cute and wholesome. Although, I assume you've just met these people, but that's still nice. Telling them to go home is like a weird strat because like, are you trying to get them fired? Or like, what, are you trying to like, you know, weed out the competition? Build a village on a deserted island is like, damn, how long do you guys got for your, you know, your introductions? Rap battle, D&D one-shot could be fun. Report to my current boss for a week. I don't know which disgruntled chatter this could be. This could be like 3 or 4 of you, and that's concerning. Being abandoned on a remote island with no supplies, I'm assuming they're bringing sin. Who can eat the most soup before having to tag out is interesting, but also what kind of soup? Like, is it like a buffet of soup? You know? Steve hasn't annoyed me to the point where I wanted to stab him yet. Wild. The perpetual stew. Oh no. Fix the second Red Bull car curse is wild. Cutting and installing polystyrene coving. Just trust me. I don't know what that is, but I'm trusting you. Alternate version of priorities where each person picks the order of the 5 cards and is forced to justify their decision to the whole group. I don't know what priorities is, but sounds interesting. Some kind of game. What's the Red Bull curse? Basically, the person in the second car is screwed. Like, they're doomed to fail, essentially. Like, the number 1 Red Bull car, sending it, winning, doing great. Person in the second car has the worst time, you know, loses their career. Like, it's terrible. So you gotta fix it somehow. Make it so they're both doing really well. Somehow. You know? We also have a work from home Fall Guys session. I like that they specified as work from home. They must bake bread, but no 2 people can touch the bowl or the same ingredient in a row. I feel like this in combination with the other IKEA one, very fun, would watch. Build a functional dam. And for part of me was like, do you mean like in a miniature model or like is this engineering? Like, are we engineering a dam? Are we being beavers? Or are we like, you know, like miniature model figuring things out? You know? We got create a new startup, which is an interesting thing to start, like, you know, with some new, as a team building exercise. I'm like, Jenga, but you're all on the same team. Interesting. So you just like, you're pulling things out and trying not to make it fall over it's kind of very similar to the game initially. Trivia, jigsaw puzzle, browse a museum of someone else's entire internet history with commentary. Could be interesting. You could find out a lot, I guess, about the other people on your team. In-person casual team lunch out of the office. Most exercises are way overcomplicated and don't really achieve much. Most people like a good lunch that work pays for, and I agree. We've got D&D, more cave diving, bad. Everyone puts their phones together and each person scrolls their Instagram Reels feed one by one is terrible because the Instagram Reels, you know, feed for most people is absolutely cooked. Or maybe it's just like what I've seen, but ew. Escape room again. Day drinking for the alcoholics is, you know, someone just wants more food again. Hire out the MasterChef studio, split everyone into teams, and have them cook something together using their perpetual stew ingredient. I thought this one was great. I would love to see some of you guys cooking with your perpetual stew ingredient. Some of you will be fine, but some of you, I want to see what you're cooking with your, you know, aquarium gravel. Okay? And your dirt. And your toothpaste, okay? We have Mortal Kombat, in which I guess you guys are just fighting. We have Factorio bus building. Turn-based IKEA furniture building. Again, turn-based is kind of fun. Please release the spreadsheet. I want to remember what I wrote. No. But I can look it up later. You got Wild Water Swimming also concerns me. Co-op board game seems fine, but who makes the teams? You know? How's Mortal Kombat tournament to find out who's a fighting game? Oh no. We also have drawing an item in a 5-minute time limit. Isn't that a lot of time? Hello, Raiders.
Your viewership is important
Hello.
to us. Please hold the line.
Quarterly dividends. Excellent.
Shaggy rated my stream
Excellent.
with 73 viewers.
How are y'all doing? Welcome. We are currently doing our, Q2 review. The current question is, you've got to make a new team building exercise. And what are you going to make it? With highlights such as building IKEA furniture with at least one piece missing, one piece that shouldn't belong, one piece extra, a missing page of instructions, one team member is blindfolded, one is deafened, and one is muted. And the rest can't physically interact with the group and can only talk from a distance. So, that's great. That's wonderful. So we're asking for chat's ideas. I'm slightly concerned, silly bits, but welcome in. But how are you guys doing? How's it going? Welcome. Do they want murder to occur? I don't know. Well, you guys get to create the team building exercise. So, what were these ones? Yeah. So draw an item with a 5-minute time limit is like, isn't that just like slowed down Pictionary? Because isn't that normally shorter? We also have a cookout and a barbecue. Decorating a 30-foot Christmas tree was interesting because, like, do we just store the Christmas tree all year round? Where do you keep a 30-foot Christmas tree? Can you only do team building exercises at Christmas? But also, aren't normally people on break at Christmas? The foam sword making a battle tournament. I feel like making it would be difficult. The tournament could be funny. Filling out random surveys just sounds like work. Let's be real. Playing Among Us is basically like, I've got a new team. Which one of you is the best at lying? And I'm never going to trust you ever again. Which one of you can lie to my face and I will believe you? That's terrible. That's not a good job. Don't do that. Or intentionally be really bad. Okay? Be really bad at Among Us. Because if you're working and it's a team building exercise, you don't want to be the person who's the master manipulator liar guy, It's a terrible thing to learn about your new co-workers, exactly. Playing anything on Tabletop Sim without flipping the table. Designing each other's D&D characters. This one was scary. Partner up. One of you is going to learn to give a tattoo today. I'm resigning. I'm out. I don't want that. That's almost, just as bad as fucking cave diving. Get that out of here. Stop. We got Squid Games. Unplug something important from one of their cars and have them find or fix it. Evil. Creating the funniest tweet. But like funniest to who? As like a team effort for the marketing? Pick your poison is kind of... Okay, pick your poison. Like you have to pick one? Or... I need more info. We got rolling down a hill. So one person has whimsy and no grass allergies. And I love that. Roll down the hill. Live your best little life, okay? Love that. Then we also had team building, lawn bowls or laser tag. Picking a place for lunch and ordering for each other. It would be hell, but at least there's lunch. Ooh, ordering for each other. Can you imagine being like, oh, that person... Oh, I feel like trying to put people in categories for food might be really difficult. Like, oh yeah, this person looks like they would like a steak and then they're vegetarian. Ooh, like that. Ooh, I don't know if that would be good. You know what I mean? That might be a bad time for, a lot of us, I think. Also, Raiders, if you're sticking around, which you're more than welcome to, if you obviously didn't participate in the survey, you're more than welcome to just let us know what you might have said for all the questions. I was looking at me going, okay, he's ridiculously white, no chili for him. This person looks too Caucasian for spicy food. Yeah, exactly, right? This person surely doesn't have a deadly nut allergy. Did I tell you once that when I was at DreamHack, right, I was eating like a peanut bar, like muesli bar thing, and this girl walked up to me and I was about to take a bite. I had unwrapped it. I was about to take a bite and this girl says, oh, hello, nice to meet you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, so lovely to meet you. And then I looked down at my hands and I was like, hey, you don't happen to have a nut allergy, right? And she goes, yep. What do I do? And I just kind of like I was like, hello? What do I do with this now? You know what I mean? And I don't even know why I asked, because it's not something I would normally ask. I don't know what part of my brain was like, this person looks like they could have a peanut allergy, but there was part of me being like, you know, this is my snack, and then seeing someone new and being that I don't know and being like, oh, you know, I never expected it to be yes as the answer, right? You know, and then I didn't know what to do. You smell weakness. I was like, I don't know what to do now. As I just kind of put it back in and was like, I guess I won't eat this right now so I can talk to you. But, you know, what are the chances? What are the chances? You know, strong sense of allergies? I don't know, maybe. The next question was quite hard, chat. And the reason why I say it was quite hard is because I really should have made you guys give me hex codes. It was interesting. I really should have made you guys give me hex codes because I kind of just had to guess for things. Because like, what's your least favorite color, chat? And some of you weren't very specific. Most of you weren't very specific, which is fine. But I might not have got the color that you thought you wanted because I had to, some of you gave me Pantones and that was great. But some of you didn't. You know, so I put them in. Well, I asked, what's your least favorite color? No, that's what I'm saying. I should have asked for a hex code. You didn't need it. It's not your fault. I'm just saying when I was making it, I had the hindsight of like, how the hell am I gonna know what color they mean? You know what I mean? This is my regret of going, oh, I should have done that because it's kind of hard for me to display the colors when I don't know what colors you mean. So just as a caveat, if I've not gotten the right shade, you know, I'm guessing here. I can't read your mind. I don't know. I don't know. But in somewhat alphabetical order, but not. Here is the list of colors that chat didn't like that much. Hex code, 70s avocado, baby pip brown. I wasn't Googling it. It's some shade of brown. Beige, bright red, a shade of brown and gray, blue, absolutely toxic. Bright yellow, brown, I guess. Brown knows what it did. Brown and green combo, like murky shit river brown. Cerumen is earwax. So I chose a shade of earwax, and how dare you make me Google that? How dare you? Okay, why would you? I thought it was a color. Wrong. Sorry, you should be. We also had dark brown, dark green, doo-doo ass green, drab brown, fluoro yellow, fuchsia, green, green, gray. Is gray a color? If so, gray. Khaki? And I thought khaki was a different color, but khaki is kind of similar to beige. Lime green. Magnolia, also kind of beige. Mustard, mustard yellow. I didn't know if there should be a difference between mustard and mustard yellow, so I googled mustard yellow and it's just more yellow. A lot of people don't like orange. A lot of people don't like orange. Neon orange, 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 except for orange hair, which is the best. Pantone color, these two people are friends. The Pantone color Foxtrot, which, you know, it's a sad brown. Okay, sure, more beigey. We also got the pink and purple and red haters. So pink, pink, pinky purple, purple, purple. Red, 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 red. Fair. Not a fan. A lot of people don't like those colors. Got it. We also had super vibrant orange. The one I can't see properly. White, white, yellow, 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 yellow. I don't know what color you can't see properly, so I just put the PNG texture because I don't know what color you can't see properly. You've got to be more specific. So I'm just assuming it's like the fake PNG texture because I don't know. I don't have a clue. But you know, sorry that you can't see it. You know, who's hating on orange? A lot of people, actually. Yeah, look at these colors people don't like. But yeah, I should have made it so you guys were more specific with a Pantone or like a hex code or something, because that would have made it easier. But that's okay, because we have more questions for chat. More questions. We have a would you rather. A would you rather, right? The toilet question, it is the toilet question indeed, which I thought was really interesting and a really interesting insight into how chat is, right? How you are as people. Very, very interesting. So if you don't know the question, you didn't do the survey. Would you rather have an ice cold toilet seat, even in winter, but your pillow is always nice and cold, right? Or have an uncomfortably warm toilet seat even in summer, but your pillow is always warm. And in my opinion, streamer opinion, I don't want a warm toilet seat because then it feels like someone else has sat on it. Which, even if they haven't, it's like, oh, your brain hurts. But also, who wants a warm pillow? What do you mean who wants a cold pillow? Who wants a warm pillow? Absolutely not. I'm always flipping my pillow. Cool it down. You know? I don't want a warm pillow. God forbid. So this is my funny graphic for this. So I'd love to know where you guys sat. Warm pillows are great. Why? No. I want my pillow to be cold. It is uncomfortably warm. It's either icy cold, like when you sit in a, you know, the toilet in winter and you go, ooh, cold, right? First one is one bad, one good. Second is just too bad. Yep. But some people like warm pillows, apparently. Warm feet, cold heads. Yeah, exactly. You get it, Kobe. You get it. Apparently don't care about your pillow temp. Aussies, man, you don't know what real cold is. It's beside the point. I don't want a warm pillow. Even if the rest of me's warm, I don't want a warm pillow. You know? It's you and me against the world. You don't turn your pillow to always have the cold side. I do. I agree. No, don't ban them. Not at all. You can have differing opinions. There are like 3 or 4 people who are like, I know that these people are the opposite of me and are 100% going to pick the warm pillow. And I was right. But that's, you know, they also disagree with me on every other weather-related thing. So I'm like, you know what? That makes sense. It adds up, you know? Do we have any curious percentages, you know? Definitely swayed by the Australia population, I feel, for the stats. You'd like a warm toilet seat year-round? I just really hate cold toilet seats, but you want it to be uncomfortably warm? What about like when it's like 40-degree summer and you're sweaty? Because it's even in summer, it's uncomfortably warm, right? You know? I choose cold. I hover over the toilet anyway. Fair. I don't know how good that is for your pelvic floor overall. Can we hire Royal Toilet Sea Warmer for Neon? You deal with a warm toilet, as I have done many times before. Uncomfortably warm is like that unsettling feeling that someone's just been there. Yep. Uncomfortably warm. You know, cold pillow and warm toilet. And I refuse to choose. You want the warm toilet? Wild. Wild to me. But yeah, so we had 76.5% wanted the cold and 23.5% wanted the warm. Which, you know, I think makes sense. To be honest, for our chat, for our community, it makes a lot of sense. It's, yeah, the morning night people strike again. I don't necessarily think there's a correlated in this one though. Having a toilet over the water heater in winter was nice. I hate sitting on a cold toilet seat. It does jump scare you. It's a bad time. However, it will warm up. It will warm up eventually, or you get off the toilet. Don't sit on the toilet that long. You know, you're gonna get hemorrhoids or constipation or something. But now we have to go to part 3. Part 3 of the survey, finally. We're on the final part. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Not really, we still got quite a few more to go, but still. So, the fun fact part of the stream. I didn't fact check these, okay? I didn't fact check them. There were too many. I'm not fact checking them. I took these at face value. I was not Googling them all. So these are from chat. All right, I am not, you know, saying these are true facts, but they are facts that chat hasn't forgotten, okay? So, you know, they're wrong. It's not my fault. So. Rats laugh when you tickle them, and I bet you do as well. Ducks have a corkscrew-shaped penis, and females have fake vaginas so they don't get pregnant. Everest isn't actually the tallest mountain on Earth. In which someone tell me what the tallest one is then, you know? It's always, Ali, it's always the weird animal facts. Pastificio liguori is a great pasta. I've forgotten them all. Australia exports sand to the Middle East for use in concrete. Australia is wider than the moon. People are doing coffee enemas. I'm sorry for reminding you, you should be. Celery allergies are real. Yep. Oh, from the sea floor. Not weird but fun. Video Killed the Radio Star was the first music video to play on MTV. Whales don't die of old age, they drown. Chainsaws were invented to help with childbirth. Orca whales are dolphins and not whales. A muscle that runs through your quads and connects to your hips and lower back is a common source of lower back pain in people who sit a lot. We should all stretch our legs more. Yeah, look, agreed. The pyramids of Giza are slightly out of alignment by exactly the same amount as the stars of Orion's belt. In fact, if you overlay an image of Orion's belt over an aerial shot of the pyramids and match the scaling, the distances and angles are pretty much perfect. Again, not fact-checked. What do you mean chainsaws were for childbirth? You didn't know that one? Oh no, I'm so sorry to break this to you. That's unfortunate. Wombat poop is a cube shape. On the internet, nobody knows that you are a dog. If a human could run at 67 miles per hour, they could run on water. The civet chooses the best coffee beans to eat and shits them out to be collected by coffee connoisseurs. Snakes have two willies, hemipenes, I guess. Nothing comes to mind other than picking up the pedantic habit of pointing out when people use floor and ground incorrectly. How does the poop come out in a cube shape? I think they just have a very compressive digestive system. I'm not sure. But that is floor and ground incorrectly. I'm trying to think of a time where someone would use floor or ground the wrong way and I would be annoyed about it. I'm gonna go sit on the ground. I'm gonna go sit on the floor. Don't know. Sharing the DNA with the banana? Valid. Floor equal inside, ground equal outside. I don't know if I agree, to be honest. I think they're interchangeable. But, you know, what if you have walls but no like no ground covering? Like there's no floor. Can I say floor and ground? What if dirt floor hut? Yeah. Games but no games? What if the field? Walls equal floor. Alright. Kate's parents will allow her an electric kettle because it'll burn down the house. It's actually not because it'll burn down the house. They don't like the metal spirally thing in it or whatever. I don't know. Something like that. I was not going to look up the whales have legs in their stomach. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they've had a snack. I was just like, that sounds like a bad time. Most chicken salt's actually vegan was kind of interesting. I guess they don't actually have chicken in it. Whales have a pelvis. Like bones? Like bones, kind of, maybe? Average person produces 1.5 liters of mucus that gets swallowed without realizing. Over what period of time? Because I'm certainly not adding that to the liquid per day, okay? The corkscrew was invented by an eye doctor. Oh. H is for Helicobacter. Yep. Oxidation is losing, reduction is gaining. Lead tastes sweet. Who's eating lead? Who out here licking lead, you know? Stop it. Okay? Stop licking the paint. Put it away. Okay? Some dolphins are born with tiny back fins attached to their internal pelvis. Interesting. If you eat a polar bear's liver, you'll die from a vitamin A overdose. Zero is in the middle of 2 infinite, and Nico Turbo is always watching, which I did Google and is apparently that little guy. Yep. I was like, I don't know what that is. I Googled it. It's this funny little guy. 293 degrees is twice as hot as 10 degrees. This hurt my brain. People struggle with intuiting temperature differences as they're generally not described using an absolute scale. I was like, huh? What? Huh? I didn't fact check it. I just went, huh? What? And moved on. The warranty is void if that little guy's broken. Is it? How does that work? Went down a rabbit hole into twinning back in 2019 with the sesquizotic maybe twins detected in Queensland. Weird fact is how different the setup of twins is based on when they split during the first 1 to 2 weeks. Also, sesquizotic is fun to say. Sure. Yep. Absolute scales and Kelvin? I assume so. I don't know. I'm not the physics guy. He's a seal. Oh, okay. Yep. I missed the connection error. I get it. Babies are born with cartilage kneecaps. Purple doesn't actually exist in the light spectrum and it's extremely rare in nature. There are a lot of purple plants though, but I guess it's not the same. I guess they're technically blue or whatever. Red food coloring used to be made with lead, but now it's made up with the blood of cockroaches. Can someone fact check that one? What? Red food coloring used to be made with lead, now it's made from the blood of cockroaches. Are you sure? A specific species of cockroach? Okay. Lab-grown cockroaches? Red, you know? Okay. But a red beetle. A beetle makes more sense. Right? beetle makes more sense. Saying a cockroach makes me concerned. Interesting. Hippos can run up to 8 kilometers underwater. Terrifying. I forget all facts, and dogs can't look up. Dogs can look up. They lift their head. What do you mean? Or do you mean that they have to lift their head and their eyes don't move? Well, my dog looks up at me, so what do you mean? There are other things that are not dogs. Like other things can't look up. But I'm pretty sure my dog looks at me and they can look up. So, and she also sassily rolls her eyes at me. So you can definitely do like an eye roll. So, I don't know who said that dogs can't look up, but I think they mean a different kind of dog. So I'm baffled. Soap can break down DNA. Fun. I'm trying to so hard, but I just can't think of anything. My brain is empty. I'm sorry. When you cut a worm in half, it still lives. I mean, most things do for a while. Echidnas and platypus are monotremes, egg-laying mammals. Monotreme means one hole. Flamingos aren't naturally pink. In my case, my question is, are they unnaturally pink? Why are they pink? Why are they pink then? The scan readers read the spaces between the black bars and not the actual black bars. It was interesting, and I didn't actually know that. Babies are born without kneecaps. Does conflict the babies are born with cartilage kneecaps? What is it? Do they have no kneecaps or are they cartilage? Fight. You know. Are pink due to the shrimp they eat? Oh, neat. That's cool. Snails have teeth? Scary. A naked emu is pastel pink and blue-gray striped, cosplaying, you know, as a flamingo, clearly. If we put all the chickens in the world in a 6-piece KFC wicked wing bucket, we would have enough buckets of chicken wings to put them side by side and go to the moon and back 2.5 times. Courtesy of Vsauce back in like 2014. Wild. I don't know, I forgot. You fool! You underestimate my power! I can forget anything and everything. Where am I? You can extinguish a match in diesel fuel. Sperm can survive in water, and this haunts me, and now the entirety of chat. Same amount of really hot water is cold faster than the same amount of just hot water. Hold on. Let me rewind that. Same amount of really hot water is cold faster than a same amount of just hot water. Same amount of really hot water is cold faster than a same amount of just hot water. This is not permeating the brain barrier. Hotter water cools faster. Okay. You should have just said that. The way this is phrased makes my brain hurt. Okay? Interesting. That is interesting. If it starts at a higher temperature, it cools faster. Okay. I don't know if I want to see... The brain picture I have, Strawman, is that the flamingo twists its head to like, you know, like if it had a neck to ring, but like itself, and like to like, you know, do that. And that's terrifying. Black holes aren't actually holes. Okay. The Bugatti Chiron, I think, will use its entire 100-litre tank of petrol in 9 minutes driving at its top speed. I guess it depends how hot. No. Depends how hot. The next question is fun, but I chose a terrible font. Intentionally, but it is a terrible font. But thank you for the fun, unfun, and weird facts. That was great. No, it's not my font. It's a pasta font. Called pasta something something. I don't remember the rest, but I looked up pasta font. And it gave me this. So I downloaded it. Now, I like basically most kinds of pasta, so I did not put stats on this page. But I did want to know what everyone's favorite pasta shape is, and a lot of you guys, I can tell you guys like the most voted for, but I didn't sort these stat-wise. I just got pictures of them. That's wild, Strawberry, but it kind of makes sense. You know, people were a big fan of the bow tie, and I did try to put these in alphabetical order, but then chat used other words, and so it was no longer in alphabetical order. But a lot of people were fans of the bow tie, which is also known as farfel, or something like that. We have campanelle, which were like these weird like twisted ones, which were cool. We have a casarici, maybe? I don't know how to say these. I didn't look them up. Bow ties look sick, but piss me off. The middle bit never cooks right. You are correct. If someone else cooks it and it's cooked correctly, great. But that little middle pinched bit is never cooked right. We have Caaaaate, which is like a cool swirly. We got Kong chili, which are the shells. We got dinosaur, and I was like, you know what? Live your best life, Dado pasta. Let's go. We have fettuccine, fusilli, bucatini, which I've now learned are the ones with the tiny hole in the middle. Instant ramen, which there was a caveat to this one, but I was like, you know what? I'll allow it. They're like, it was like the comment was like, it's a brick-shaped pasta. And I was like, all right, whatever. Yeah, sure, fine. You know, that's fine. Bucatini is also called angel hair. I thought angel hair was different. But we also had fusilli, but specified giant. Lasagna sheet. Fusilli tiny, not to be confused with fusilli or fusilli giant. Linguine, macaroni, orecchiette. I'm sure I'm not saying that right, but those are fun. Pappardelle, penne. It's great. Love all of these. We got radiator or radiatori, I don't know, and they are funky looking pasta shapes. I was like, damn, what do they look like? Oh, they kind of look like a radiator. But I was like, those are cool. Those are cool. We also had rigatoni, spaghetti, tagliatelle, tortellini, and tube. And I was like, I think the person who said tube meant rigatoni, but why did I choose those tortellini? None of the tortellini pictures were good, and I was choosing the ones that were easiest to cut out, basically. So, you know, I just chose the ones that were easiest to cut out. Tube, big fan of tube. Yours is radiator. They look fun. The radiatory ones look fun. You know, big fan. You know, no longer keeping count of the Italian pronunciation. I'm sorry, I'm butchering them, I'm sure. I just thought tube was great. Like answering with what's your favorite kind of pasta? Tube. Like for all I know, they meant bucatini, and I don't know. You know. The next question, however, was great and made me concerned for all of you. Greatly concerned for all of you. You know, the pasta text font, yeah. So this one was, you have 1 hour to hide a paperclip in your house. If the detective searching for it can't find it, you get $1 million. What do you do? Really? What do you do? What do you do? You got 1 hour to hide a paperclip in your house. I mean, you can choose to do whatever you want, Ikim. You know? But this... Let me read the question to you. You have 1 hour to hide a paperclip in your house. If the detective searching for it can't find it, you get $1 million. What do you do? Right? But if assuming the detective knows what they're up to, you know, the detective, this is his job, you know? He is the guy trying to find that one kind of paperclip, you know? So, they're in a wall. Why does he want it? Not important, but he wants it. It's important, you know? You know, hide in single metals. They can't use a metal detector. I don't know. They can look though. They got eyeballs. But yeah, so the question is, where did chat try to hide it? Where did chat try to hide it? Great question. Great question. Now, personally, my assumptions were there must be something unique about this paperclip where it's not going to look like a generic paperclip. But maybe, maybe not. I don't know. So we're like, hey, where's chat hiding the paperclip? Where is chat hiding the paperclip? Well, let's find out. Yeah, that's an assumption, but that was my thought, right? I was like, so again, like I wouldn't hide it in a pile of paperclips because I'm sure it would stand out somehow. So, throw it in the drain pipe and then flush it out when they're gone. Still technically in the house? Give it to my cat? Maybe, might work. I bury it in the insulation in the ceiling. Is it a specific paperclip or any paperclip? I turn off the power to the house and then shove the paperclip in a power port. Then, when the detective starts searching, turn on the power, short the house and the lights. Now, they have to find the paperclip in the dark. If the detective needs to pull out the paperclip, he can't, because he'll get zapped. Congratulations! The first attempted murder! Yay! Congratulations, Miggy! Congratulations. Could we get a round of applause for Mickey trying to murder the detective? I do think that maybe might be a bad idea, but it was a great idea. That was a great idea, Mickey. Incredible. Good work. Made me laugh. Excellent. You know, suppose he can't find it if he's dead, but I don't think you're getting the money, right? So now we have clip it to my underwear. I do think they'd have a metal detector, so I don't think you're gonna get away with it, you know? Hide it in a box of other paper clips. How is he going to prove which one he's looking for? Which is great, but also couldn't he just take the entire box of paper clips as evidence? Maybe? Give it to the cats. They're amazing at hiding things. You guys have a lot of faith in your cats. You have a lot of faith in the cats, you know? On the inner hinge of the front door, plain sight as the first place that they would disregard. Technically in the house? I mean, is it connected to the house? You know? Put it with the other million identical paper clips. The detective has to determine which one is the real one. I stand by my previous point in which I think they would just take them all. Down my balcony drain pipe. Would that count as in the house? Is my question. Is that in the house? That's a question for chat. I don't know. Balcony drain pipe? Assuming it stays in, I suppose. But I'm thinking, is that not outside? Like the drain pipe is my answer and I say yes. But I'm like, balconies are outside. Hide it on the ceiling fan blade, but I live in an apartment. I guess if it takes longer than an hour for it to get to the ground and out, do you think it would take longer than an hour for it to escape the drain pipe? How long, like, because if, you know, maybe we can, you know, that's how we're thinking. It's technically within the residence until it's out the other end, right? Yeah, so hide it on the ceiling fan blade, hide it on the cat's collar, put it in aquarium gravel. I feel like Kobe's back with her weird rocks. Under the pick guard of one of my electric guitars. Thought that was kind of cool. Go into the house, hide it in my shoe, put my shoe back on, leave the house. Bow! Left the house! Sorry? Inside the house. You broke one rule. Maybe three, but like one rule. You gotta stay in the house, my friend. Brr, failed. Okay, gotta be inside. You could have stayed inside the house, but you left. So unfortunately, you failed at the final hurdle. Probably hide it in the dishwasher drain pipe and then hide a few findable ones so he finds those and leaves. I like the idea of putting breadcrumbs. You're like, ooh, is this the paperclip you're looking for in a hidden spot? Is it this one? Also a lot of drain pipes. You know what I mean? Like rather than putting a pile of paper clips and being like, look through them. It's like you keep finding them in places and you're like, oh, I found it. Oh, it's not the real one, you know? Reshape it to look like the hook on the lampshades. Attach it to the lampshade over our spare bedroom ceiling light. Straighten it, get a haystack, and throw it in. Are we fitting the haystack inside the house? Is your house a barn? Maybe the house is a barn. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We got the one farmer in chat's got a barn. It's their residence. Who are we to say that they can't fit a haystack inside their house? Definitely might not be slightly suspicious to have, you know. The question is, what would you do, not where would you hide it? Well, it's like a two-part question. Because the first part is you have 1 hour to hide a paperclip in your house. So I guess, you know, it's either you're trying to win or you're trying to murder. Either or. It's great. I mean, my assumption is that they would, yeah, the false leads is definitely a solid strat. Different size haystack. Oh, okay. That makes more sense because I still think that would be suspicious. Like, seeing a haystack in the middle of a house, I'd be like, you're fucking hiding something in there. Swallow it after folding it several more times. So you've made it a worse metal bowl and you're eating it. Okay. Tape beneath the end table. Put it inside a dog poo. Is the dog poo inside the house? Solder it into the electronics of one of my guitars. Probably. Good luck finding a wire amongst my wires, nerds. Alright. Alright. Interesting. Hide it in a jar of dried fried onions. Is that good camouflage for a paperclip? What, a police detective? I could put it literally anywhere. Free money, thanks, Kate. Someone has no faith in this detective. Blowtorch it until it no longer exists. That's kind of wild. I guess if you have a blowtorch, but like, I mean, the particles would be inside the house still, right? Welcome back, Gretchen. Welcome back. The particles are inside the house. Yeah. Did the detective have a warrant? You signed up for this. You know. And then we had swallow it, eat it, swallow it, and supervise the detective, remaining inside the house with them. This person read the instructions because they knew they had to stay inside the house. Keep the detective out of my house. I don't want them rummaging around in there. And if they can't find it, if they can't get in. This is the person going, no warrant, no entry. And them going, you signed up for this, you know? Unscrew the shower head, put it in the shower head assembly, and then screw it back up. Hide it under or behind some skirting board, in the paperclip collection tub, on top of a door frame. My laundry chute is annoyingly magnetic, so I'd suspend it midway between floors. Again, it comes down to the, like, does it count as inside your house still, right? Does it still count as inside your house? I'm not sure, right? But that's okay, you know, semantics, right? Wedge it under a beam in one of the roof cavities, drop it down the sink, in the freezer underneath a resealed steak. Do we think the resealed steak is bait? Like, you've opened and closed the steak and that's to be suspicious so they don't look under it? I don't know. I'm like, I'm not, like, it's not in the steak, but it's under it. Into the Warhammer bits box, swallow it, slide it into a portion of the garden hose, outside, maybe? The bottom of the non-congealing liver oil, I think, is valid. Inside the toilet cistern, throw it out the window, out of the house. Doesn't count. If my body is in said house, I am technically within the boundaries of the searching area. No further questions. So that person's putting it up their bum. Sorry, that's my assumption. Everyone else has just said eat it. You could have just said eat it. Okay, why go with the suspicious answer? You could have just said eat it, all right? Everyone else just says they're eating it. I want to ask questions. I know it says no further questions, but I am asking questions, okay? That's my assumption. That's way more suspicious. You know what I mean? Like, oh gosh, you know? Stretch out the paperclip into a straight piece of wire, remove some grout from in between a tile, and put the paperclip into the gap. That's cool. That I think's smart, because I think even if you had a metal detector, you would scan it, but you'd probably be looking in the tiles or under the tiles, and then I assume maybe it would stay in the grout piece, right? But yeah, and then grout over it. Yeah, interesting. Tub of safety pins. Yeah. Inside a wall cavity that I can easily access. Eat it. Unfold the paperclip so it doesn't look like one anymore is, you know, very fun. Place it, well, if they're a tiler by trade, you know, I guess maybe they would know. Place it inside a cat poop nugget and put the poop back in the litter box. All of you guys are using your cats. You're all implicating your cats in this. Very fun. In the box of fabric. 1, buy paper clips. 2, I wouldn't say on the internet where I hid it because the detective would read my internet history for clues. Nice try, detective. Okay. Also, how are you buying paper clips within the hour? Unwind the paperclip so it's thin, disassemble a light bulb, and put the paperclip in the bulb and screw it back in. I don't know, it might work. What happens when you turn the light on? Does that also explode? I'm concerned. I feel like it's like the aversion. It's like you're not gonna want to look there, right? Put it somewhere in the expansive space we have under the house. A lot of junk and scrap under there. Under, not in, under. There's one answer, which is just juniper, which I feel like I should let you guys know is a cat. So I don't know if you're giving it to the cat, tying it to the cat, feeding it to the cat, or putting it in the cat poop. But based on the rest of chat, it's one of those options that you guys have been doing. One of them. Offer the detective a nice cup of tea and a Chucky Bicky. Do not chew. Do not notice the paperclip. Thank you. Incredible. I actually think this is one of the smartest answers. Unless they have a metal detector. But in terms of like, because they're way more likely to scan you to give you an x-ray, but they're way less likely to, you know, to test themselves, I feel, is the first one. You know what I mean? How is that not attempted murder? Well, if they don't chew it, it'll probably just pass through them, right? Getting electrocuted with metal in the PowerPoint, I think, is slightly more lethal than a you know, unchewed chocolate biscuit with a paperclip in the middle. Still not ideal. But, you know, how are they getting an x-ray within the hour? Maybe they have a machine. Maybe they're a detective, right? And their one job is to find people hiding a paperclip. I feel like they would have some kind of, you know, x-ray thing. How do you retrieve it, though? Get in the roof, drop it down a wall space, cluttered storage room, behind a closet, pushed against the wall, pull it straight and hide it inside some window insulation. Pile the shit on my desk, have fun, and feed it through the washing machine drum holes. Ugh. You know, I did not specify that you need to find it. I did not specify the murder is not allowed. I gave you guys full reign. And because I saw how many of you guys wrote eat it, I was very curious. And I looked up if you can see paperclips on an x-ray. And I can confirm, unfortunately for chat, they definitely can identify paperclips in an x-ray. So, unfortunately for all of those who said eat it, I don't think you're getting away with it. I think that would be on the list of things they would make you do. Paperclips are metallic. Yes! They used the paperclip as the test in this. You can see it. You can see the metal ones. You can also see the non-metal ones. Was the thing. Yeah. Iron supplement capsule. They'd have to open hundreds to find it. Could you use a metal detector to make it easier? Maybe. You know, but overall, what if it's made out of plastic? Well, they were able to, like, you know, there was a whole bunch of non-metallic things where they eat it. But it's iron? Oh. Does an iron tablet set off a metal detector? Because they're not usually lumps of metal, but I don't actually, I don't know if regular iron supplements would set off a metal detector. I don't have a metal detector. I don't know that much about it. It is, yeah, But is it, it's not in a metallic form. It's in a different chemical yeah, it had to be ferrous, right? Maybe? But overall, poor paperclip. Poor paperclip. I feel bad. I feel bad. He's had a rough time with you guys. The paperclip had a bad time. He was not having a good time with you guys. Let's be real. Probably a really bad time between being eaten, the cat poop, and everything else. A bad time, you know? I put you to bed nicely in a box of fabric. I'm sorry. You really shouldn't have self-identified which one was it. I'm so sorry. You know? I'm so sorry. Paperclip, looks like you need some therapy. Want some help? We never deserved you. No further questions, Guy. So another fun question was, what's the best temperature for drinking water? And this is the one where I expected you guys to take this as a trick question, but you guys all took this correct, like in one direction. And I was like, oh, okay. Biddies, thank you for the biddies. I was like, oh, okay. Sure. Because here I thought people were to go, it's 24 degrees outside, I'm having a lovely glass of water. But no, you guys were like, the temperature for the drinking water. So I was like, oh, you've all answered this somewhat correctly. The problem is, unlike the other question like this, I didn't ask you guys to enter it in a nice format. So this is what the answers look like. Which is painful for me. And I was like, I'm not sorting that. I do like the amount of people who said ice cold, fridge cold, cold but not too cold, chilled but not super cold, cold but not brain freeze cold, whatever comes out of the tap, whatever icy cold is, room temperature, too cold or too warm and it upsets the humors, refrigerated but not iced, chilled but right after doing strenuous physical activity when you're parched and hot and bothered, bit warmer than freezing cold, cold-ish. Just below room temperature, but then I'm like, to me, I define room temperature as 24 degrees, but that's not necessarily what room temperature is, right? You know, but in general, you guys like cold water, and then a few of you like warm water. I was concerned for boiling 50 degrees and up, because boiling is not at 50 degrees, but they like warm water. But in general, I gave up on trying to turn that into stats because that was painful. But here are the funny ones, which is I should be drinking water regardless of how warm the day is. Flavored with coffee. The boiling one, but not boiling. So cold it hurts. Concerned for you. Whatever comes out of the cold tap. Balancing the humors. Refrigerated water goat. I don't know what a water goat is, but I guess they live in your fridge. And then I like the flavored with coffee. You know, what's your preferred temperature? Cold water, ice blocks, chilled with ice blocks. You know, refrigerated water is the goat. Oh, you're using it like that? Okay, well, put a collar or something. All right. I was like, what is a water goat? How was I meant to know that you were saying that? I'm like, what? You guys, you gotta listen. Like, I'm looking at all these and you're saying refrigerated water goat. And I'm like, I don't know what this means. And why there's a goat involved. Okay? You know? This was late night, 100%. This was a late night PowerPoint. May have been disproved with germ theory, but I'm a 15th century man at heart. Perfect. You know. Anyway. We got another fun question, which was, do you have any opinions about brunch? I work with goats. Under no circumstance am I drinking any form of goat water. Good to know. That's some fun lore to drop. You work with goats. So any opinions about brunch? No? Alright, we'll move on. Next one? No? Alright. That's I get it. That's fair. But no, actually, you guys had a lot of opinions about brunch. And I think these are quite controversial. Pretty good, but it's worse than breakfast or lunch. Only good ones. Best meal of the day to have a coffee with an orange in it. Rude. Too much effort. Brunch should be available late night. The better question, bacon and eggs or pancakes and ice cream? Yes, please, and when? Yes, I rate it. Meh, the ideal time for some food as a non-breakfast eater. Brunch was invented by the suburbanite housewives as an excuse to drink wine before midday. I wish they'd chosen whiskey instead. Who's having wine with brunch? I like that it means Eggs Benedict is available in a lot of places now. It's only brunch from 9 till 11 a.m. Disagree. Disagree. Brunch is like 8 till 3 p.m. All right? 8 till 3 p.m. I don't know any housewives that are going out, you know, are they all alcoholics at home? Because it encompasses the time where you can have breakfast and lunch. It's a mindset, right? If anywhere between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. can be brunch, okay? Yes, but if you're going to a place and it's brunch food, right? You know? Because there are some foods that are kind of only brunch food. I wish brunch was more available at 3 p.m. You could have brunch at home at 3 p.m., you know? But what I'm saying is, generally that's the category, right? How early are you waking up if lunch can be in the AM? No, it's the 2 time zones, right? 8 to, you know, it's the 2 crossover, right? Okay, that's uncivilized. But I also have realized in reading these that I have a very flexible opinion on meal times and when I have food, right? Compared to when I felt like a lot of people are very set on when they have their food, and it's a very narrow time frame. And I, not about that. So I'm like, Which I get, obviously, if you work in an office and you have, you know, a set lunch break, right? But in general, for me, it's like, well, you know, you get into Luna territory. Well, the thing is, you know, is brunch is from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. So you have culture behind you. Let's go! I love that. Thank you. Lunch falls between 11:30 and 2. No. So breakfast is usually 8, whenever you wake up, I guess. Doesn't have to be 8. 8 to like, I don't know, 12. I think if I'm having, you know, I would make lunch food if it's above midday. Midday to like 5 p.m. lunch, right? Dinner, ideally, past 6:30, whenever. Right? Unless you're going out to a restaurant and it takes a long ass time to get food, in which maybe you get there at 5:36, because by the time you're fucking finally eating, it takes a while. And I understand getting there earlier. Or if you're traveling, right? But like, you know, I am okay with a wide range of like time for food. right? I think it's fine. Dinner can be all the way till midnight. I haven't had dinner yet. I'm gonna have dinner after stream. Breakfast, wake up to midday. Lunch 12 to 5. Dinner at 5 p.m. bedtime. Sure, 5 p.m. is too early for dinner. For me. That's too early. That's still daytime. It's lunch. Like, that's not dinner time. Okay? 6 p.m. onwards. Any dinner past 8 p.m. is ungodly. No. No. Well, I haven't had dinner yet. Am I ungodly, Neon? It's 8:37 p.m. and I, you know. Right, but some people wake up early. I understand if you get up at 6 a.m. and then have lunch at like 11 and you're gonna want to have dinner earlier. That's understandable. You know what I mean? But for me, I've eaten dinner at 11:30 p.m. I've eaten dinner late all the time. Happens, you know? And will happen tonight because I don't get food. I'm not gonna have food until after this. I understand if you're going out having food earlier, you know? And it definitely depends on your like time zones of life, I feel. It could be until 2 a.m. I love midnight noodles. Exactly. Like breakfast 10 a.m., lunch 3 p.m., dinner 8 p.m. Yeah, that sounds alright. To me. You know. Where did I get up to here? So you got out of bed too late for breakfast. Bad luck. Suck it up, princess. You can wait for lunch. Imagine being out of bed before lunch on a weekend. Anyway, but people want to go to breakfast. What do you mean? I got it instead of breakfast and lunch in boarding school. That's unfortunate. Getting combined meal instead of 2. Oof. Up there with second breakfast and 11s on the meal of the day scale. Nice. Definitely a sleep-in thing. Pancakes and steak in the same meal. I probably wouldn't have those two together, but fair. Or would be nice to be invited. Oof. Going out for breakfast at a weekend or anything, or like travel, obviously. Most people have real people jobs, you know? I typically only really get brunch. I go to Melbourne, I get brunch, you know? Because typically you only really eat 2 meals a day. You have your brunch, you have a solid brunch, and you have dinner, right? Because you're doing shit. Which is why I like it. A good solid meal, and then I have a snack near lunchtime, and then I can have, you know, a good dinner later. But like, you know, I do like going for a nice brunch. It's good, but I do think you can have it throughout the day. Definitely not 9 to 11, because how are you sleeping in and brunch ends at 11? Jet 2 holidays. Oh. I always eat breakfast late, so either I'm eating brunch to break my fast or I'm eating brunch after lunchtime, which technically means I've never eaten brunch. It's a mindset and a group of food, okay? I'm telling you guys, it's you know, a combination of things. If I'm having a sleep in, I'm assuming I'm sleeping in till like 11, and then I have to get ready, and then I have to leave to go get brunch if I'm leaving the house. Like I can't say I've slept in late recently, but like a solid sleep in is like you're sleeping till like 11. You know? Every weekend if I can, this person loves brunch. Brunch is the height of the bourgeoisie, and honestly, it gets a pass in the coming revolution. And I have to share something with you, chat. Is recently on TikTok the other day, someone was like, I encountered someone who has only ever read the word bourgeoisie and never heard anyone say it, and they said it as bourgeoisie. And now I can't unthink that every time I look at the word. So now I must curse you to think that every time you look at the word. You're welcome. I'm like, oh, thanks for that. I'm not gonna unsee that. Wonderful. So yeah, I hate that, but it's stuck in my brain. So you also need to have it stuck in your brain. You're welcome. Love it. Don't really like eating in the first few hours of waking. It's too damn early. The thing is, how early are you guys getting up for brunch, right? Oh, you're like bougie? That's fair. Fuck me out with a good brunch. Eggs Benedict. Most of my family outings are brunch. It's a good family outing. You have like a good excuse to leave. Yummers. Useless meal. Toxic. It's great as I don't eat breakfast or lunch regularly. It's either one or the other. Fair. Bougie meal to the guillotine. These are usually done like in order, so it's very funny to have some of the similar ones together. Definitely the best menu selection, agreed. At the worst time to enjoy, unsure if I agree with that one. It's the best. Who's up that early? Again, how early are you guys getting brunch for this to be an issue? The whole point is you can have it later. Have a bigger breakfast and or earlier lunch, but the combination of foods are better. You know, I can't always get a shakshuka for lunch or breakfast. Usually it's a brunch food, you know? I wish it was something I got to have more than once every few years. Someone needs to go to brunch. But you can have lunch. Who's stopping you? Have a snack. I love it. Delicious and overpriced. Is it not a very similar meal priced to lunch or breakfast? That's what I want to know. But once it's 1 p.m. it's lunch, not brunch. I disagree. If it's a brunch menu, it's brunch. And I say how late Rich rises from his bed. Well, that was good. It's like how, you know, and then again, usually too spendy. I don't think it's, you know, that much more expensive. Breakfast food is always better than brunch food. I disagree. Breakfast food's usually bad. It's like, oh, you can have a croissant. You can have some oatmeal. You can have some very fancy overpriced oatmeal. You can have eggs Benedict, which I personally don't like. What other breakfast food that you go out for is going to be better than the brunch options? The brunch options are way better because they're usually more substantial. Oh, okay. This is probably where we're going to fight. I don't like sweet breakfast. Like 90% of the time, I don't want sweet breakfast. I don't want pancakes. I don't want waffles. I don't want French toast. I don't like having the sweet food in the morning. I don't like that. I'm going to crash and pass the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want a sweet breakfast. Sometimes I go for the sweet breakfast and I pretty much always regret it. It's usually good, but I never want that. That's not what I want. I will always be going for shakshuka or something, right? Which I really like. Interesting. No, I've always thought of brunch as just the combination of both, you know? Brunch options are just regular breakfast options before brunch was a thing. I mean, I feel like it's just a combined better menu. I don't like hollandaise. The idea of eggs Benedict would be fine, but I don't like hollandaise personally. So, I don't necessarily think it's bad. I just don't like it. What else do we have? I don't have it. A nice went around with friends. It's for lazy people who can't get out of their bed in the morning. You know, I'm not even taking that as an insult. Live your best life. A clever way to have alcohol for breakfast. Again, who's the alcoholic? I'm not having alcohol at brunch. You must be associating people that do like bottomless brunches, but that's not typical brunch. Most people are not having alcohol with brunch, you know? Like that is not common. You know? Maybe a Bloody Mary, I guess, but I feel like a lot of places don't have alcohol, depending where you are. Like a lot of places I go for brunch, they're selling you like a really expensive smoothie. They're not selling you alcohol. Big fan, hopefully it's bacon holidays. A lot of you guys do like Eggs Benedict, you know? Love it, big brunch fan. It's the best. Breakfast should be available all day, everywhere. Love me a brunch. A privilege for the rich. Again, I don't think it's more expensive, but maybe it's like the time. It's like you're not working, you can go get brunch. Maybe. A reasonable time to plan a catch up works for me because I enjoy coffee and a light snack treat around that time. Love that. I do nothing beats an eggs Benny. I personally love to go for a pulled pork eggs Benny. Nice. A lot of you guys love that. Bloody Mary over plate of spaghetti. Did I miss the presentation? You missed a decent amount, but we've still got some to go, you know? It's a bit weird, but it's easier to organize than a group breakfast. Very true. It is so hard to get people, like a group of people to all consistently get up early to go to something. Cool with friends. Pro brunch in the early afternoon. Finally, someone agreeing with me. It's too early to eat. I'll just be hungry by dinner time. But eat, just have a snack. Have a snack. I will review the VOD. That's all good. As I said, we've still got, what do we got left? We've got, another 40 slides or so. So, you know, some good shit coming up still. Nothing stopping me from eating enough. That's what I don't understand. I'm like, okay, have a snack. Have a little light snack. Why would you want to get together for breakfast though? If you're traveling and you're out and about and you're gonna go do stuff, a lot of people, unfortunately, despite our selection of chat who are definitely nighttime people, most people are morning people. In terms of what seems to be the general populace of sticking to their life schedules, right? So, I want it more, and I'm something of a brunch expert myself. Overall, thought that was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. I do think it was a little bit controversial because I disagree. I think, you know, again, the menus are better. You can have it over a large variety of time. And I actually don't think it's more expensive usually than either brunch or breakfast. So I also hate paying for breakfast. Like I hate paying an extortionate amount for breakfast. Saying Eggs Benedict review blog. Brunch for a team bonding exercise. Again, if someone else is paying for the food, why not? So I had another favorite question. I thought this would be a nice easy one for chat as a little treat. You know, I know you guys love the nice easy questions, the nice simple ones, nice and straightforward. I want to know what your favorite day of the week was. Might be a bit of a regional thing. I think so. I think so. So, favorite day of the week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Other places don't do brunch. It's common here though, but yes, valid. So the question is, what do you think was the most favorite? You know, what's your bet on what is the favorite day for everyone? You know. An outlier on this one. Friday or Saturday? The week starts on a Sunday. I disagree. I changed it. The week starts on a Monday. Monday is the start of the week. I am not accepting any more questions. I fixed it. I hate it. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday is the end of the week. All right? And I'm not accepting any questions. I fixed it. This is the way I like it. All right? Monday is the start of the week. Sunday is the end of the week. That is not the question. We are asking you, what is the favorite day of the week? All right? That's what we're asking. I'll fight. Why would Sunday be the start of the week? Precisely. But yes, the logic is usually Friday, end of the work week, get to look forward to the weekend, right? Saturday, you had work yesterday. You don't have to think about work tomorrow. You have a free day, right? Sunday, I suppose, for, you know, it's a nice weekend day, but you have the looming day of work returning, right? So Saturday and Sunday are the weekends. No, it is the weekend. Saturday, Sunday, the weekend, the end of the week. Sunday is the end of the week. Monday is the start of the week. All right? I'm fighting you, Snowdog. All right? I'm standing by it. Everything for me will reset on a Monday. It makes sense to have Monday as the start of the week. You know? But you were correct. Saturday was, you know, I'm agreeing with you. You're disagreeing with me. You said weekends. But never mind if we're agreeing. Hell yeah, love that. I thought you were disagreeing with me though. How are we both yelling but we're both disagreeing? So, you know, solid show here. A lot of people liked Saturday. I did think Sunday was going to be more popular than Friday. I was like, and then I really thought Monday, maybe no votes, but Monday had 2 votes, Wednesday had 2 votes, Thursday had 8, you know, 13 Friday, 11 for Sunday, right? And I'm like, it has work tomorrow, but also you're, you know, but I still think Friday's still typically a work day. Who picks Sunday? Maybe someone has a great Sunday, you know? Hello, Macaroni Frizz.
Your
Welcome.
viewership is
Welcome,
important
welcome.
to us. Please hold the line.
Thank you so much for tuning in. What is your
The
what is
Macaroni
your
Prince rated my
favorite
stream
day
with
of the week?
38 viewers.
Love to know. Sunday's when I dread going to work on Monday, but you don't have to work that day. You're doing things. I understand there's the looming depression of, you know, of Monday incoming, but you're not at work. So surely, you know, I still thought, I know people say TGIF. Do you think Friday is more popular because you kind of have hope to do things on the weekend? Sunday scaries? Those have joined the party? Friday's my preferred day as I feel no guilt about doing no work and I get the freedom at 5 p.m. Huh, I love that. I love that for you. I'm not sure what I would pick as my favorite day of the week at the moment. Probably Wednesday or Thursday, if only because that is my weekend, right? So I'd probably agree with you as Saturday if I had a regular schedule. But I don't have any particular, you know, bias because my schedule's kind of wonky at the best of times, right? Also, what are you doing? I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. We're having a big old survey. It's been a good time. This Lucas Slay, thank you. I'm in my big business suit. We've been doing big business PowerPoint. There's not been a lot of business and actually not been a lot of stats, but it's been a lot of fun, I hope, for chat. I'm slightly concerned. But I did think we had to give an award to no one's favorite of Tuesday. Shout out to nobody picking Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesday, nobody loves you. It's a bad day to be Tuesday. I'm so sorry. You were nobody's favorite. And I really thought Monday was going to be the worst. But unfortunately, Tuesday, bad time. Bad time to be Tuesday. Hey, no worries. We had a good time. Yeah, it sucks to be Tuesday. Very, very sorry, Tuesday. Real rough. Real rough for you. Does Tuesday feel like a Friday for you? Not really. Not in the way that when I, you know, worked traditional hours, Friday was. So, although I've never done like strict Monday to Friday work like that. I've always kind of done, you know, shift style stuff. So I kind of, yeah. You know, I guess like when I was at uni, it was nicer to have, you know, the better times and things. But yeah, Tuesday's like a Friday for me. I don't think I've ever, you know, left the house enough for any kind of deal on a particular day to be useful, right? People who work compressed weeks part-time would often have Friday off. Ah, I see. I guess also people might like Friday more when you have like a long weekend, but I also don't get those, so I don't know what that's like anymore. It's been a long time. The next one is an interesting one. I was wondering if everyone would answer paperclip to this, but I don't remember if anyone did. If you were an inanimate object, what would you be and why? Notice again, it's a two-part question. And from memory, not everyone answered, but that's fine. I'm used to it at this point. Was worse for the dates, but not as bad for this one. For the expired food. So, we had French door, refrigerator, fan, a ring, a laser pointer, a loaf of brioche, one of those weird artistic vases that rich people have, but it never has any flowers in it. The Spanish Inquisition, because nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Rocks, because rocks don't care who they are. A gemstone, so I can rot in the dirt until someone finds me and makes me shiny and pretty and valuable. A log fallen in the forest, because I deeply wish to lay in the mossy shade and rot comfortably. A pair of headphones, so I can play music, but can you hear the music? You know, a bird bath, so that I could see a bunch of cool birds. Define inanimate. Like, I was assuming non-human, non-moving thing. Right? Inanimate object. I don't know, Google it. A sofa cushion for the sofa belonging to Bryce Dallas Howard for reasons. I don't know who that is, and I'm not Googling it. A fucking mountain. Why not? You'd be a fucking mountain. Good on you. Someone loves mountains, and I love that for you. A rock, because I am both good at being useful and good at causing serious damage. Great reason. Love that. Great reason. That was mine? Was it? Okay, great. How do you already know I'm not an inanimate object? You did type into the survey. A cirrus cloud, seems chill, doesn't do much. Please ignore the climate change impact. There. A laptop or computer. I want to learn people's secrets. That weird mystery key you get when you move into a new place, but you can't figure out what it does. A tree, but like a super old tree in a national park, so it can't get chopped down. Anthony... I'm gonna butcher their name, but it's a bubblehead. It's a sports player of some kind. You know, of some kind. A sticky note, a good quality chef knife, useful, needed, and durable. A feather so I can go with the wind. A printer because I get to work whenever I want. A pillow so I can lie down all day. I would be a milk crate because I'm empty and versatile. A silicon wafer, hopefully someone prints some intelligence on me one day. A mountain. Hang around for a long time, watch what all the civilizations that rise and fall around you get up to. I mean, I'm already a chair for cats, a shiny D20, Math Rock Go Brewer, an Excel spreadsheet, I'm underrated and I get everything done. Being a personal locator beacon sounds fun. Get to see the cool parts of the world, and if your owner has an unfortunate mishap, you're easily recovered and then go on to the next one. Matchstick, I'm ginger, pale, and burn easily. Deep thought from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, because it means I could solve cool problems and create memes like 42. A carbon rod has a multitude of uses. A keyboard. A hammer, you know? I don't know, but sure. Supermassive black hole, because I'd want to live for as close to forever as possible and think of all the fun things you'd eat. Junkle Skog. A bra, so I can support my friends. Your friends are boobs? That one made me laugh so much. I'm just like, a bra? Okay. Books, because I love books. I'm like, who wants to be a bra of all things? Like, I'm like, it's gotta it's gotta not be someone who actually wears bras. I'm just putting it out there. I don't think people who wear bras would want to be a bra as an inanimate object. I'm just putting it out there. You know, a bucket to see what it's like to be filled with water. Would you drown? This person, have you ever considered drinking water? Person who wants to be a bucket, can I recommend a water bottle and having a drink of water? Because that might help, maybe. One of those bowls that were broken and later fixed by using gold to stick the pieces back together because I think they look neat. A fluffy blanket. Probably a rock. That's the third rock, I think, if we're not counting the mountains. Maybe one day I turn into a troll. A Funko Pop, but a cool one like Mando or Grogu or a Minion, because that's cool and fun and you get to sit on a shelf and be admired. Also probably never break down, so it's fair. Bye, I'm going to sleep now. Bye, good night. Labubu because gremlin. One single chopstick. Functional sometimes, but right now, useless. Oh. A beanbag might not be the best for your back, but you can't be unhappy in one. Some sort of vehicle can still retain autonomy, car style. Coffee mug. I love coffee. A chopstick. We found the other one. Because it's in my hand while writing this, so it came first to mind. There you go. You found your buddy. A printer. Useful but really annoying. 2 printers. Very good. A Vitaweat. Yummy. A warm rock. 4th rock. In the sun on the beach. It sounds idyllic and calm. Cat tower. I don't know. Might be fun. I'm concerned as to who wants to be the cat tower. You're gonna get roughed up by cats. But, you know, live your best life. We do also have this one, which is a childhood comfort toy or item. The kind that you had when you were little that you may have forgotten about now, but when you see it and hug it, the memories flood back. For a brief moment, nothing else matters because it reminds you of your innocence growing up. But you never get rid of it because it gives that feeling of genuine love and happiness that is unconditional. You would be that source of pure joy and happiness for that one person. Every time they see you, they just pause for a second and remember. Then they disappear until next time they rediscover you. Every time they're getting a little older and their life is changing, but you are staying the same, storing that memory for them, and that makes them catch their breath for a moment and reflect, going, oh, I remember you. Thank you to Biden for the heartwarming story. Thank you. Very lovely. Thank you for the very nice, cute message. On describing what you wanted to be. Also, I did see the Toy Story 2 I don't want you anymore thing scroll by, and that was wild. Fun question. Handstands. Chat. Complete different segue from the last one. Can you do a handstand? Given a moment to practice, figure it out. You have the appropriate space to do it. Now, if you're wondering, streamer, I don't think you've ever brought up doing a handstand ever. Why on earth was this question in the list? When I saw my friend, we had a discussion, and she said, once upon a time, I got into an argument because I think most people can do a handstand, and I think if you're at a general level of health and fitness and, you know, so don't have an injury, don't have a disability, you know, etc., and you could do a handstand as a kid, you should be able to do a handstand as an adult. And we kind of had this discussion of like, I think most people don't know how to do a handstand. A cartwheel maybe, but I'm like, I think most people don't know how to do a handstand. And I also think you are generally overestimating people's ability and fitness overall. I think your perspective of fitness is maybe different to other people, and that maybe not many people know how to do a handstand. Weight distribution changes when you grow up though. Yes, exactly. And I was like, I don't know if I could. Right? Like, I'm assuming that you're gonna, what, this is a very gendered capacity? I mean, I don't know. I feel like I never learnt how to do a handstand, right? Like cartwheel, sure, but I am generally uncoordinated. So my argument with her was like, I think most people to this question would say no, even if physically they could, right? Like maybe potentially physically they have, hello Raiders, the capability to do a handstand. I think, Raiders, I picked this for you.
Rated my stream with 163
Can you do a handstand?
Viewers.
Raiders, are you able to do a handstand? Welcome, we're doing a funny survey. results stream with chat. And we've asked a bunch of silly questions over this evening. Fast, I hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope you had a great time. Current question we're on. Haven't revealed the stats. Do you think appropriate time, whatever you need, would you be able to do a handstand? You know? I think the bias for this is if you know how to do a handstand, you probably think other people know how to do a handstand. And I, again, never learned how to do that. Thank you so much for being such a fast, welcome back. Right? You know, I've had a funky shoulder since like 14. I'd be scared to try. I think most people would answer no to this. Because like the source of this question was a discussion with a friend. In that I think most people would answer no, even if physically they could. A lot of people either don't know how to even get started, have an injury, or don't want to get injured, so would say no. I think needing a wall's fine, because it's like appropriate spot, space, needing a wall, fine. But I do think like a lot of people just didn't learn how to do one. But it was interesting because I was having the discussion where it was like, I think if you're at a general level of fitness, you would know how to do a handstand. And I was trying to argue that I never learned how to do a handstand. No matter how much fitness I have, I wouldn't know how to do it. Like, I can go flail next to a wall for a bit, but I'm not sure if that will actually result in a handstand. And because I've never done it, I wouldn't say yes. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't answer yes to that question. My wrist would crumple instantly. Also, yes, I can barely, like, downward dog, like, yoga already cooks my wrists. I'm not doing a handstand, right? You know? But it was like, you could just do it for a second, and that would probably be enough. Like, could you do a handstand, right? And it requires a lot of balance? Yeah, I think so. But it was interesting, because I was like, I think my friend has gravely overestimated the fitness and or, how else do I put it? Like, ability to do that. You know what I mean? I think you can't have someone holding you. I think you could have a wall. But I don't think you can have someone holding you, right? But yeah, I think it's like an overestimation of like what most people learn how to do, because like, okay, for curious, did any of you know how to do a handstand as a kid and can do one now? Because like, I don't, I just don't think it's that common. It's nothing I've ever thought about, you know? I've never thought, like, sure, I probably watched, like, you know, I've never thought, you know what I need to do today? I need to figure out how to do a handstand, you know? Could do one as a kid. Never learned, think I could crack it now. Maybe one person holding, assisting while practicing, but without them for real? Maybe. Did I know how to? Yes. Can I do it now? Possibly, but likely with injury. I used to be able to do a roly-poly, but that's it. Like, just like a somersault? Or... Yeah, so I think the reason why my friend was so frustrated is because, like, she was looking at it as, like, a technicality standpoint, right? And my point is, most people would say no for that kind of thing unless they were 100% sure that they could do it. So even if theoretically you had the fitness but you didn't know how and you had time to practice, you'd probably still say no. You know what I mean? But let's see how chat answered. How much of chat do you think can do a handstand? You know, where do you think chat sits on where you guys responded? Anyone got a guess on how many people can do a handstand? Out of the 64 survey answers? Although quite possibly people didn't answer this one, I can't remember. 24, 65, 60, 15%? But yes, how many people do you think can do one? We've got to remember our target audience, right? And our target audience definitely influences the answers here, right? In which I'm like, you know, definitely biases the study a bit. Uh-oh, Biden. Please don't hurt yourself, okay? Please do not hurt yourself. Be careful, all right? So I actually thought this was higher than, you know, it was gonna be. So 36% of you said yes, and 64% of you said no. And I think that is actually higher than I was expecting, right? By far. Not that I don't believe in you, chat. Not that I don't believe in you, but I think if I had about 10 people in a room, I would only expect about one to be able to do a handstand, you know? What did people say in the other box? For the hand, did I give them an other? I don't know if I gave you guys an other, did I? Oh, I did. Okay, here you go. So we got easy, Sin, lying up against a wall, maybe. If I can lean on the wall with a wall, and I included the wall answers as yeses, by the way, because it's fine, you can have a wall. In my head, yes, but probably not. Headstand, yes. Handstand, probably not. I don't know how that makes it better, to be completely honest with you. And then one of, for maybe 4 seconds, which I think is still more than long enough to count, to be completely honest with you. What did I say? You want to know? Hold on. Sin wrote, I don't have hands. I'm typing this via speech to text. Thanks. Helpful. Very helpful. Thank you. Fucking shitlord, you know? So the next question was, what is a word that you think is fun to use? I was just like, I'm ignoring you on this one. You're not answering my question whatsoever. Fuck's sake. You know, so there are a lot of fun words here. This one's great. This one was not a trick question. I just wanted you to give me fun words. And I have them in vaguely alphabetical order, I think. Oh, yeah, it's alphabetical order, except the apostrophes go first. So we have a Swedish word that signifies just the right amount, enough or moderate. Abhor, ambivalent, the German word that means slapping someone in the face or something like that. Bamboozle, bangerang, bastard, bloody, but pronounced real Aussie like bloody, right? What percent of the words did you Google the meaning of? There was 3 or 4. I can't remember. Blunderbuss, cheeky, colapinto. I did Google colapinto to see if it's a word, but I think it's just the F1 guy's name. Conundrum, defenestrate, dinted, which is like dented but kind of different. Because I looked it up. Dirge, discombobulate, definitely a fun word. Dither, dovetail is a verb, which dovetail as a verb is fit together neatly. If 2 things dovetail, or if one thing dovetails with another, the 2 things fit together neatly or have some common characteristics. I was like, all right. Eloquently, equivocate, facetious, fiddlesticks, flabbergasted, flugelhorn, frolicking, fun, gallivanting, grippers. It's great. This slide's great. Big fan of E to G, you know? Ha 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 ha. It wasn't all caps, but it wouldn't let me write in all caps. I am not allowed to say it because of the American sensibilities, but my Brits and my Aussies know. All right. Impertinent, indubitably was put in like 4 or 5 times. Muppet, nasturtiums is a type of flower. Nice, ooh, phlebotomist, pickle, plop, posh British words like splendid. I don't know, Panda. That was the answer, so I assume so. Their answer was as written, so I assume so. Preposterous, quixotic, I think. I don't actually know how to say that one properly. Reciprocity, I'm gonna cook myself now. God damn it. Rue, salubrious, shenanigans, spoodle, stinky, stroopwafel, texture, touche, triangles, whatever, man. Which is technically 2 words, but honestly, iconic. You know, I had a good next question. The next question was, what made you happy? You know? What made you happy, chat, in the last, you know, 3 to 6 months? But psych, I didn't include those because a lot of them were quite personal and I didn't want to put them on there. So you can say nice things here, but I did not screenshot them because I was like, this does not seem like an ideal one to put. There was just a lot of things where I'm like, I loved reading them. They were very nice. I liked the dopamine. That was great. They did not really feel like I should be sharing them in the presentation, but they were lovely. I enjoyed reading them. Okay, but I went to do the thing and I was like, I've stolen your dopamine and I'm keeping it. It was a bit like, I don't necessarily want to share these, right? And there was one later where I was like, I don't necessarily want to share these, but I shared some of them because I didn't want to take them all, you know? Dopamine for you, but not for the rest of us. I needed something while making the PowerPoint, all right? I needed something, all right? I don't remember what I put, don't worry. I enjoyed reading it. You offer this question, then not show. Well, I got to make this funny slide. I quite enjoyed that. So then we had, how are you feeling after the silly Q2 Marathon Honestly review? How are you feeling? How are we going after filling out all of the questions, you know? And I even put a funny picture to inspire you, you know, to inspire you, ask you how you're feeling. So it was like, no pain, hurts a little more, hurts even more, hurts a whole lot, or hurts worst. Yeah, you know, not that you had to pick these, but I was like, to give you the vibes, how are you going? And so there was a lot of no pain, better part of the week, approximately H, unsure what that means. Medium happy, no pain, hurts a little, calling it a case of the Mondays more than the actual survey. Green, unrelated, but it hurts a whole lot. Hurts a little in a good way, no pain, leftmost. Hurts a whole lot, but that's the arthritis, not the questions. I was trying to tap on the face. I assume you were trying to pick the picture. We had hurts even more, brain Y. Hurts more that I can't click on this. My ear hurts, I'm assuming is Ara, maybe. Hurts a whole lot, it's not on you, it's just been a day. No pain, thrilled. Sag, but this was fun. No, someone else had a sore ear? Oh no. We got 2 people with ear pain. It did not hurt at that point. No pain unless you count my right knee. It's like a motherfucker. Wait, this was meant to be silly. Oh no, it hurts a little more. Unremarkable, a funny little face. No pain, only sleepy, and sleepy, I want coffee. In which I'm slightly concerned about how much of you guys are in pain, but like it's not my fault, so that's good. I'm glad that the pain has seemingly not a lot to do with the survey. Unfortunate for you guys to be in pain, but I'm glad that it's not related to the funny questions that I asked over time, you know. And the ones that you've got, no, all right. Then we have a few analysis things as we are wrapping things up, featuring the caterpillar I forgot I drew at the start of the survey. You know. So we had new record participation. We had 64 people enter. That was great. I loved that. That was great. Thank you. Thank you for participating. Love that. Congratulations to Forklift Wayne for the speedrunner achievement. At the start I felt bad about calling people out, but Forklift answered the least amount of questions. So congratulations to being the speedrunner of the survey. I love that for you. I'm not trying to bully you. I just thought it was really funny. Next up, we have the participation award. Awarded to Nandrew because he really wanted an award and he wanted to win. So I thought we'll give him the participation award. Thank you, Nandrew, for participating. Thank you. Excellent. Good work. Here is your reward. You wanted it. You've won the survey. Just for you. All right? Just for you. So yes, we had a new record amount of slides, new record participation. Only one person didn't put their Twitch name in. I only descended into despair a few times while completing this. I hate Excel, I hate stats. This PowerPoint was brought to you by Photoshop. Truly. So the last bit was, any last notes for your streamer? And I'd felt bad for scamming you out of the dopamine of the last one, but then I couldn't also include all of these answers either. So I was like, well, I'll include what I can, but also I did this one really late at night and I was a bit delirious. So I started responding to the things that you guys were leaving in the last category. Some of these were weren't to be included. So I started responding to them because I was like, well, I can type back. Why not? I can write things on the slide too. So we have, these are fun. The randomness of the questions is excellent. Have a lovely day. Kate with a full stop. Touche. I did a thing. You do many things. Much congrats on the many things and many laughs. I appreciate you and the effort you put into stream. In which I said, thanks, this PowerPoint is like an assignment and I don't think I ever focused this long in uni. Thank you. May your inner lit goblin be ever prosperous. Bold to claim that you can read these. Even though I lurk because chat is scary, streams are fun. Honestly can't believe you keep forgetting that you don't know how to read. When are the dividends coming through? In which I think that only starts if we, start a rug pull. That's a real word. Do not disqualify me. I don't know what word that was and for who. So, I don't know what you want. You're doing great. You're funny. This is not sarcasm or a backhanded compliment, which is really hard to not read as sarcasm or a backhanded compliment, Here I was, all hee hee, yippee, time to have a cheeky little meme time doing the survey, and I actually just ended up crying a little bit after getting hit in the feels, but it was a good, happy cry, so thanks for that. Meow, 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 meow. Thanks, streamer, for the super fun quarterly survey. Your last PowerPoint prezzo. Also, I love the use of prezzo for presentation. Incredible. It's why I subbed, and I'm looking forward to the next. You should print this out and put it on your parents' fridge. I'm mildly concerned about what this data will be used for. 10 out of 10 will be surveyed again, in which I said, cloning you all into snails or caterpillars. Great to see you're enjoying your sewing adventures, making awesome things and improving rapidly, in which I just said I did touch grass. Thanks for all the fish and wash your ass, Henry. We then had stuck around for the science rounds, but honestly I've been wetting myself at the group content recently. Band has been hilarious. Vibes all around are really great. You've carved out a great spot on the internet. And I said, sorry for the washing. Sorry about that. Can't wait for the PowerPoint. Did you make it? Did you get there? Go outside. All right. Yep. That's on the plan. Henry on the slide. Still Henry's got, oh, the snail on the slide. Holds I can't speak anymore. We're reaching truly. I've talked too much. You know, but yes, I put Henry's glasses on the snail. Do we get free pizza now? No, but I would put pineapple on it. Drink your water and don't run into walls. Never stop inquiring or exploring. Are we an experiment to you? Yep. Don't you also have to read all the answers? Yep. Drink the hot toddy? No, thank you. No worries. I wish for continued happiness and more puzzle. I think those are mutually exclusive. Because I don't know if we can have puzzle games and continued happiness at the same time. You know what I mean? Many thank yous. Have a vitamin C on me. I will. Don't you worry. I got new vitamin C. All right. I got more. I also need to go have dinner after this. The other thing is my sister had a baby and I took it over. She passed away. Oh no, my camera's going. No, camera, don't do it. Stay. Are we good? We good? Maybe? We good? My baby lost all its legs and arms and now it's just a stump, but I take care of it with my wife and it's growing. It's fairly happy. It is difficult because I work a second shift at the factory to put food on the table, but all the love that I see in the little guy's face makes it worth it in the end. No further comments. Thank you. Achievement unlocked for Gretium for making me cry while reading the answers. Not included on the slides, but did make me cry. So you get an achievement for that one. You know, it's okay. No, in like a positive way. You did fuck me up though. I was like, oh. You know, I'm not sharing what it was, but you did nuke me at late night when I was making this. And then I guess we get sucked into a black hole. Alright. Woo! Oh, we're in space. Alright. Alright. I don't remember making these much. Any last questions before we drift into the void? I thought black holes aren't holes. Well, I don't know. I didn't answer that question, did I? Any last questions before we drift into the void? You know, space snails? Yeah, we're vibing. We're having a good time. Apparently snails have teeth. Which is something I learnt against my will. Thank you for putting Nico in the slides. No worries. You know, I wanted to be an intergalactic snail. Excellent. Can I please be better soon? I'm manifesting it for you. Any questions we should start thinking about for Q3? Well, I think I have to think of the questions, don't I? You know. Did you have a fave question and answer? A lot of them were really good. A lot of them were really good. Will you share the happy things if we give consent? I don't think I can read any more things. You are more than welcome to share your happy things. I just looked at the list and went, so, you know. Same for the other one as well, where I'm like, there's a lot. What areas do we need to improve on for Q3? I have some ideas. I have some ideas for Q3. This is how I felt last night, making this. You know, did we pass? Yes. Good night, Miguela. Good night. This is truly how I felt making this fucking PowerPoint. The heartfelt responses were great. I enjoyed reading them, but I didn't want to put them in the PowerPoint. As I said, I have stolen your dopamine. Those were lovely, you know, but they didn't really make sense to put in the goofy little PowerPoint. You know, a bit of a different mood. Still nice for me to read. It was great. You know, I think this is probably my favorite slide. A great combo of ridiculousness and heartfelt. Exactly. Oh, camera's given up, guys. Bedtime. You know, possible to have an option to save our answers. I forgot at least half of mine. You can, but then you have to put your email in. And I haven't enabled that because I didn't want to collect everybody's email. That's the only way to do it, is to force the email bit, and I don't want your emails. So I don't enable it. So are my one's answers saved? I have them. You know, I know what you've written. They're in the spreadsheet. Don't you worry. I have them. As in, I did it over 2 days. I think so, yeah. You know, I don't really want your, like, you know, I don't really want all of your emails, to be completely honest, chat. I don't really want those. But yes, that's why I haven't had that enabled, because it requires you all to put your emails in, and I don't want them. You know, this actually took a lot of work this time, especially with some of the ideas I had. It took a lot of work. I think next time, a few less questions or more multiple choice only or something to make the data side easier, because oh my god, I hate Excel. I hate Excel. Slides are definitely better than Q1. It takes a hell of a lot more effort to do it this way. I kind of let myself go wild with these. But, you know, fun, creative, having a good time making the slides, but it does take a lot of work. I wouldn't necessarily say it's hard per se, but it is time consuming. In terms of, you know, I need time to do it if I want it to be good. He's gonna check my email after I die in a cave. Certainly not me! Don't go cave diving, okay? Look, if we have to scroll back, I will. Hold on, let me judge you from the top of the cave, all right? Where is it? Where is the picture? Here you go. Stop! Get out of the cave! Resist! All right? I think also it took a lot longer because we had 64 people answer, which is great. I love more people answering, but I think I also didn't take into account the fact that with more answers, it's also a lot more work to fill everything in. You know, where I get the hard hat from, I asked family. It has a bunch of happy birthday stickers on it. I actually have the goggles next to me still. Yeah, I borrowed it from family. I was like, hey, can I borrow a hard hat? And they're like, why? And I'm like, don't ask. But then they did ask, and I said, okay, well, I'm making a PowerPoint, and in the PowerPoint, I'm you know, I'm gonna take a bunch of pictures where I'm doing a bunch of silly things that people don't want to do. And they went, oh, okay. And then I said, okay, so one of the things on the list is cave diving. And they said, oh, cave diving. Do you know what potholing is? Potholing's way worse than cave diving. And I was like, huh? What? Oh, okay. Which apparently is like squeezing down a little tiny like pothole, and it's kind of like cave diving. And I was like, I said, isn't that the same thing? But apparently it's worse. And they're like, oh yeah, what about cave diving in this water? And I'm like, yep, that's still cave diving. Awful. But I was like, oh, you know, yep, that sounds way worse. Red circle would be perfect for YouTube thumbnails. I did really have a lot of fun making the chiropractor one. Like this probably was this one and the cave diving ones were definitely my favorite ones to make in terms of like, you know, the stupid shit that we were doing, you know. This one made me laugh the most when I made the funny ones, because I was like, I'm nailing it. If you've watched any of the stupid cave diving videos, you've seen basically a representation of this image, and it's great. You know, and it's a very good time. Very good time. Can that be an emote? The Cairo one? Probably not, to be honest. It won't translate well small. Unfortunately. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. Definitely need to, you know, give myself, I think, more time to complete it next time, you know? Unfortunately, because everyone is no longer Discord nitroing, we do not have any room in the Discord stickers. Because we've dropped down quite a bit. So, if you guys want more Discord stickers, we need to get back to level 3. And that is quite a bit far away, unfortunately. But that was great. Thank you so much for participating. For those of you who, you know, did the survey so I could make things, that was great. Thank you for those who came in later and decided to hang out. I do appreciate it. We don't do these very often, so if you did enjoy, you know, chuck us a follow or something. I'd appreciate it. Come hang out with us. We'll do more. Big yap stream, you know.